Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Attention barn area. Hope you have sound back there. We're going to call them out for the first qualifier. Backside, bring them out for the first qualifier. Barn area, mic check 1 2 3. We're ready for the first qualifier. Bring them out for the qualifier number 1. Your attention, please. Barn area. An important note. Please note that after this first qualifier, all warm-ups will take place on the half-mile track. All warm-ups after this first qualifier is complete, please warm up on the half-mile track. Half-mile track will be your warm-up area after this first qualifier, and that will go for the rest of the day. The rest of the day, warm-ups on the half-mile track. Thank you. Starters called for the horses to line up, the first of two qualifiers. Starters called for the first qualifier. Gates rolling. A field of 8 in the first of two qualifiers. This is the first of two qualifiers here at Springfield. There they go. Often pacing and from the center of the track, he is risen indeed, goes for the early lead. Up on the outside, that's a Twirling My Hair who now drives on from the outside. Also up on the very far outside comes a Rockin' Vicky and Trailer Park Trevor as they round the turn. That is now taking the early lead, Twirling My Hair. Getting into the 2-hole, that is He Is Risen Indeed. Caught on the outside, Trailer Park Trevor looks down, settle into third at the rail. Racing along in fourth, that's Restless Angel. A length and a half away next, that's Tornado Cat. Then a gap of 2 to Meteor Strike, and on a break back there, Rockin' Vicky has jumped it off. They're past the quarter and heading up the backside in the first of two qualifiers here today at Springfield, and that opening quarter came up in 29 and 4, and as they race toward the half-mile mark, and that's Twirling My Hair. Mike Brown's in the bike and has that lead a length from He Is Risen Indeed, content with that 2-hole ride. Going along racing in third, that's Trailer Park Trevor. Now Casey Leonard to the outside with Tornado Cat trying to work it up as they race past the half-mile mark, heading to the far turn and continuing to drive up on the outside. That's Tornado Cat now looking to take the lead away, and Tornado Cat will now clear into the lead. That is back to Twirling My Hair in second, the half 102. They're midway through the final turn, heading to the 3/4 pole. Tornado Cat, the daughter of some star somewhere, holding that lead. Now up on the outside, trying to make a race of it as He Is Risen Indeed is now looking that leader in the eye. Back along the inside in third, that is a Twirling My Hair. They've come to the top of the lane, the 3/4 time here, 132 flat. Down the lane they come. He Is Risen Indeed is now taken over from Mike Rogers and starts to sprint away here in that final quarter in deep stretch. He Is Risen Indeed in front. It will be Tornado Cat second, crossing the wire, Twirling My Hair, and then a late rally from Beep F. He Is Risen Indeed, 2 minutes flat. Qualifier 1 in the books. Here's the official placings. Tornado Cat was second. Restless Angel fifth. Meteor Strike seventh. He is Risen Indeed, your qualifying winner. Beep F fourth. Twirling My Hair was third. Rockin' Vicky wound up eighth. Trailer Park Trevor finished sixth. Recheck top down 2, 5, 7, 1, 4, 3, 8, and 6 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from Qualifier 1. Opening quarter 29 and 4. The half mile time 1:02. 3 quarters in 1:32. A back half in 58 seconds flat here in Qualifier 1. Winning time today for He Is Risen, 2 minutes flat. All right, barn area, bring them out for the second qualifier. We're ready to go. The second qualifier is up next. And once again, barn area, please note from here on in, all warm-ups are on the back track, the half-mile track. Once again, all warm-ups from here on in for the rest of the day. So we can get the day through with 20 races plus. Let's warm them up on the half-mile track. Warm-ups for the rest of the day on the back track. Also, barn area, here's another note for today. Please note, no winner circle pictures. No winner circle pictures here today. And once again, in case you missed it, all warm-ups from here on in need to be on the back track for the rest of the day. All warm-ups, you need to be on the back track for the rest of the day. Let's gather them up for Qualifier 2. They're all on the track. Gather them up for Qualifier 2. Starters called for the second and final qualifier. Gates rolling. Here they come. There they go. They're off and trotting. Sunburnt Senorita just jumped it up after going for that early lead. Best Betting Valor is right there up on the inside. Now from the very far outside, Brown County has got it fired up as they head on into that turn from the outside now, looking to clear into the lead. She's a Batty. Batty has taken over here and opens up by 3. Back there racing in a second. That is Best Betting Valor. A length and a half away, and Listen to Me Nelson, who came away trotting in third, a gap of about 3 here. That Smoke's Rising next, followed by Big City Lou. Then it's a gap of 2 to Brown County, and then a gap of about 5 to GL's Don. Opening quarter 30-2, and then it's well back to the trailer after that break. Sunburnt Senorita. Up the backstretch they go. Trotters are well strung out here as they march down toward the half-mile mark, and Mike Rogers teaming up with She's a Batty has trotted out to now an 8-length advantage here at the half-mile mark. Best Betting Valor is there racing in second. A length and a half away to Listen to Me Nelson in third as they pass the half-mile mark. There's at least a 10-length gap now. Back next there, that is Sunburnt Senorita, who is the trailer. The half in a minute flat. They're heading past the half, and now they're into that far turn, and She's a Batty, the daughter of Southwind Chrome, has opened up that lead once again to about 7. Back there, second best right now, that is the Best Betting Valor. A length away to Listen to Me Nelson in third. It's at least a dozen or more. Then Big City Lou is a fourth. It's another 5 or 6 more back then to Smoke's Rising as they went by the 3/4, 131 flat. Top of the lane they come. She's a Batty's been there from the get-go. That lead has shrunk now to just a length and a half. Up on the outside, Best Betting Valor is moving on the outside along with Listen to Me Nelson. Going to make it a line of 3 as they come to the wire. Who's going the best at the wire? Listen to Me Nelson going to win the qualifier. Finishing second was Best Betting Valor, and then a length and a half back, She's a Batty settled for the show dough, and fourth was Big City Lou, fifth Brown County. 2:03-2. Listen to Me Nelson. Here's the official placings from the second and final qualifier today. Listen to Me Nelson was your qualifying winner. Big City Lou, fourth. Best Betting Valor, second. Sunburnt and Senorita, sixth. Smokes Are Rising was eighth. She's a Baddie wound up third. GL's Dawn, seventh. Brown County finished fifth. Recheck top down, 1, 4, 2, 6, 8, 3, 7, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions 30 seconds flat, the half in a minute flat, 3/4 in 1:31. And the final time in the second and final qualifier, Listen to Me Nelson, stops the clock, 2:03 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. At this time, we ask you to please rise. It's time to honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Suburban Downs here at Springfield this afternoon. 24 races on tap. Track condition is rated good at the present time. Temperatures in the high 70s to low 80s right now. Bit of a cloud cover at this point. We've got 24 races, as we've mentioned. A special welcome to those watching via live streaming courtesy of Trot and Pace Marketing. Also, attention to the barn area once again. Please note that from here on in for the rest of the day, and due to the length of a 24 race card, please note that all warm-ups take place on the back track. All warm-ups will take place on the back track from here on out. So with that in mind, let's bring them out for race number one. The opener, race number one, barn area, bring them out, we're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, horses making their way onto the racetrack for the first of 24 races here today. Our opener, the ICF 2-year-olds. Fillies draw inside the purse, $4,600, a field of 7. Let's meet the field. The 1 is Unhinged Cadeau, owned, trained by Ivor Engstrom. Wyatt Evanetti will do the driving. The 2 is Do Better Des, owned by Dennis Gardner, along with Desiree Seekman, who also trains. Travis Seekman will drive. The 3, Watch Me Zoom, owned by Shelley Steele, along with Lily Racing Stable, and Jerry Hansen trains. Corderia Stewart will handle lines. The 4, Pony Chrome, owned by Equine Spa LLC, along with Tom Carey. Richard Schrock trains and drives. The 5, Fox Valley Cougar, owned by Jerry and J.D. Graham, trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. 6, Fox Valley Sabra, owned by Adam Hawthorne, along with Benita Simmons and Ann Schneider. Tom Simmons, the trainer. Juan Franco between the wheels. And rounding out the field, the 7 is Twin Cedars Riley, owned by Robert Silberberg, along with Jim Eaton, P. Turner, and Mary Van Boben. Jim Eaton trains. Casey Leonard handles the line. Starter Roy Finn, accompanied by starting gate driver Stacy DeRoos, has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 ICF 2-year-old trotters, all on gate. The first of 24 Suburban Downs at Springfield. The opener, it's showtime. There they go, off and trotting for the 6. Fox Valley Sabra jumped it off right at the start, and meanwhile, Watch Me Zoom trots out for the early lead. Along the inside come Unhinged Cadeau. Also up with the early leaders, Do Better Des, as they corner into that turn. Pony Chrome is trotting up on the outside of 4th. There toward the inside, racing next, Fox Valley Cougar. A length and a half away to Twin Cedars Riley, gapped about 5. After the costly miscue, Fox Valley Sabra can see them all. They're heading to the opening quarter. Corderia Stewart, Watch Me Zoom on the motor. It's a two-hole ride here for Unhinged Cadeau. Parked on the outside is Pony Chrome. They're along the rail racing in fourth. Do Better Des sitting back in fifth. That is the Fox Valley Cougar as they head up the backside. The opening quarter trot at 29 seconds flat, and as they march up the backside toward the half-mile mark, it's Watch Me Zoom on the motor here. A two-hole ride for Unhinged Cadeau. Still parked on the outside. Tough trip today for Pony Chrome. They're along the inside, saving ground. Do Better Des. One from there, Fox Valley Cougar. Twin Cedars Riley has tipped to the outside now and is second over, but following likely Dull Cover, the trailer, who's caught up to the field. Fox Valley Sabra, the half-mile time, 59-3. They're heading into the far turn in the opener, the first of 24, and now Wyatt Evanetti pulling the trigger here well before the three quarters. Unhinged Cadeau now popped the pocket and took right over, and Unhinged Cadeau now has taken that lead right at the three-quarter pole. Back there in a second, that is a Watch Me Zoom to the outside. Pony Chrome hanging around third despite the overland route. Then toward the inside next, Do Better Des. They've come to the top of the lane, and it's Unhinged Cadeau trotting out to a three-length advantage. Three quarters, 129-2. Unhinged Cadeau, three to the good. Watch Me Zoom second best. Pony Chrome is third. Far outside, Twin Cedars Riley. Unhinged Cadeau gonna win it by 3 in the end. Finishing second was Watch Me Zoom. Pony Chrome, a very nice third there despite parked the entire route. Then it's close for fourth. Might have been Fox Valley Cougar over Twin Cedars Riley. Unhinged Cadeau, a definite winner today. Winning time coming up. How about 158-2? Horses out on the track now for the second race. ICF 2-year-old pacing fillies. A field of 8 in here, including the 1 Trevor's Red Hot Girl, owned by Donna Krebs, along with David Johns and Mike Brink, who also trains and drives. The 2 is Hickory Nut, owned, trained, and driven by Charles Arthur. The 3 Trevor's Heart, also owned by Donna Krebs, along with David Johns and Mike Brink. Mike Brink trains. Mike Rogers will do the driving. The 4 is Next, owned by the Blackfoot Farms. Terry Leonard trains. Casey Leonard between the wheels. The 5, Don't Touch My Moose, owned by Alan Beals, trained by Gary Rath. Juan Franco's in the bike. 6, Fancy Brown, owned by Alvin McCool. Pravi Maxwell trains. Cordelia Stewart, the pilot. 7, Fox Valley Reba, owned by Paula and Joel Smith, along with Lucas Smith. Amanda Van Winkle's a trainer. Travis Seekman, the driver. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Cabernet Renee, a 3rd Mike Brink trainee. This one owned by Jeff Jones, Brian Cote, and James Nellinger. Mike Brink trains. Wyatt Avanetti will do the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 2-year-old pacing fillies, all on gate. The purse, $4,600. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 2. It's race time. There they go. Often pacing, and next is gunning out for that early lead toward the inside. Trevor's Heart. There along the rail comes Trevor's Red Hot Girl as they hustle into that first turn. And next from the outside looks to cross over and into the lead as they corner into that turn. Along the inside, that is racing in second. Along the inside is Trevor's Red Hot Girl. Now advancing up on the outside comes a Fancy Brown, and Fancy Brown is now going to take that lead away, and yielding for a 2-hole will be next. Going along in third, That's a Trevor's Heart, followed by Trevor's Red Hot Girl. Caught on the outside, Fox Valley Reba now looking to find a hole just in front of a Hickory Nut as they head past the quarter and up the backstretch they go. And now Next is going to pop the pocket, not content with the 2-hole first quarter, 28-1. So Next and Casey Leonard going to regain that lead and take over now and put Fancy Brown in the pocket. A length away to Trevor's Heart going along in third. That's Trevor's Red Hot Girl remaining along the rail in the fourth. Hickory Nut is a fifth. That's a Fox Valley Reba back next into the outside racing next. That's Cabernet Renee as they approach the half a mile mark and they're racing past the half. Next is Maine attaining that lead. She leads at a length here from in that 2-hole Fancy Brown. They went by the half, 58-4. How about a 30-3 second quarter breather for the 2-year-old affiliate. And Next holding that lead a length. Right there though, Cordelia Stewart and Fancy Brown are tracking. Fox Valley Reba's worked it up from the outside now into third. Looking to come 3 wide. Don't touche my moose. And then on the inside at the rail, backpedaling a little. That's Trevor's Heart. Less than a quarter mile to go. They've come to the top of the lane. Next trying to seal the deal. 3 quarters, 1:29-3. And Next has a short lead. But here comes Fancy Brown. The daughter of Stevensville looks to take over. And Fancy Brown with a very nice victory here and a hand drive to the wire. Fancy Brown gonna win it. Don't touche my moose was a good closing second. Next is gonna settle for the show dough. And then it was back to Fox Valley Reba. Looks like Trevor's Red Hot Girl got the nickel. Fancy Brown, the debut is a winning one. Winning time coming up. 1:58-4. In this upcoming third race, we do have 2 scratches to report. They're both personal. Scratch the 6 of Valdiona and scratch the 8 San Antonio Storm. That's in this upcoming third race. Scratch the 6 and the 8, both personal. Bring them out backside. We're ready. Race number 3 up next. Horses out on the track now for the third race. ICF 2-year-old pacing fillies. 2 scratches to report. Take out the 6 and the 8. We're left with a field of 6 that include the 1 Calico Sunset, owned and trained by Leroy Hunt. Matt Avanetti will do the driving. The 2 horses, Evening Slippers, owned by David Ehrenholtz. Amanda Van Winkle trains and Travis Siekman will drive. 3, What You Won't Do for Love, owned by Bob and Linda Grider, along with James Kish and Terry Leonard, who also trains. Casey Leonard between the wheels. The 4 is Incredible Coquette, owned by Carla Santos and Elisa Rodriguez. Alexander Conte is the trainer. Corderia Stewart is the driver. 5, Unhinged Illini, owned and trained by Ivor Engstrom. Wyatt Avanetti will do the driving. Take the 6 out. The 7, Cheesy Moose, owned by Alan Beals, trained by Gary Raff, and Juan Franco will catch drive. Scratch the 8, San Antonio Storm. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 6, Valdiona and San Antonio Storm. The 8 were scratched out to a field of 6. 2-year-old pacing fillies. The purse $4,600. Suburban Downs at Springfield. Race 3. Post time. There they go. Often pacing off to a good start. 4 of them looking to vie for that early lead. From along the inside, Calico Sunset right alongside now. It comes Evening Slippers, also forwardly placed here and 3 wide into the turn. Incredible Coquette. Far outside also driving up Unhinged Illini as they round that turn. It's Incredible Coquette with an early lead, but driving on. Unhinged Illini looks to take over and will before the quarter. So Unhinged Illini just passes the quarter and leads it a length and a half. That's Incredible Coquette in the 2-hole trip. Evening Slippers has settled into the 3rd. Looking it over from 4th, that's a Calico Sunset. Sitting back in 5th, Cheesy Moose is currently 6 off the lead. And then 2 to the trailer there. That is What You Won't Do for Love. First quarter, 28 seconds flat. They're single file as they march down the backside here at Springfield today in a 24-race marathon. That is Unhinged Illini who's cutting this one out. Corderia Stewart very content to take another 2-hole trip here today. He's right there tracking here with Incredible Coquette. One from there now moving to the outside comes a Cheesy Moose. Staying along the inside was Evening Slippers now, getting the shuffle to fourth. Up on the outside, What You Won't Do for Love, and then to the inside, that's Calico Sunset, the half, 59-3, as they race into the far turn now. They've bunched up a little here on the inside with a short lead. Unhinged Illini. That on the outside is Cheesy Moose grinding it first up. Nowhere to go right now, pinned down the inside. That's Incredible Coquette, second over Rye, What You Won't Do for Love, and now looking to come three high. That's a Calico Sunset, and then Evening Slippers. They've come to the top of the lane with an eighth of a mile to go, three quarters, 1:29.4. Down the lane they come. Cordelia Stewart in an instant replay has popped the pocket again and now takes over here. Incredible Coquette looks to sprint away. Incredible Coquette in front. It's Unhinged Illini who will finish second. That's Calico Sunset up for the show though, followed then by Evening Slippers, and then a gap of about 6 back to What You Won't Do for Love, who finished fifth. Cordelia Stewart goes back to back off identical pocket trips. It was Incredible Coquette. Winning time coming up. How about 1:57.4? Here's race 3, Calico Sunset third, Evening Slippers fourth. What You Won't Do for Love finished fifth. Incredible Coquette was your race winner. Unhinged Illini finished second. Scratch Valdiona. Cheesy Moose was sixth. Scratch San Antonio Storm. Recheck top down, it's 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Scratch 6. Scratch on the bottom. Here's the fractions for those keeping score. First quarter 28, the half 59-3, three quarters 129-4, 28 last quarter here for Incredible Coquette. Winning time 1:57.4. All right, backside, let's bring them out for race 4. Let's bring them out. Race 4, ICF 2-year-olds. The fourth race is up next. You can bring them out. Race 4 up next. Horses have arrived onto the track now for the fourth race. ICF 2-year-olds. Purse $4,600. A field of 8, including the one, Fox Valley Quincy. Owned by Greg Rhodes, along with Jim Ballinger. Mike Brink trains. Mike Rogers drives. The 2 is Designed to be a Star, owned by Adam Hawthorne, along with Get Live Stables and Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons, the trainer. Cordarius Stewart looks for the natural hat trick. 3, Too Many Stars, owned by Hosea Williams. Steve Halford trains. Jordan Patton will catch drive. The 4, Laser Focus, 1 of 2 from the Terry Leonard barn, owned by Terry Leonard and trained. Casey Leonard drives. The 5, Conager, owned by James Walden, trained by Dick Prather. Travis Seekman will do the driving. 6 is Dandy's Beach, the second of the Terry Leonard trainees. This one's owned by Terry Leonard, the Dandy Farm, Peter Couches, and FT Racing Stable. Terry Leonard trains. Wyatt Avenetti's in the driver's seat. And the last 2 are both Merv Chupp trainees. The 7, Sleazy Captain, owned by Bob and Gail Sanders. Merv Chupp trains. Juan Franco, the pilot. And the 8, Ding Dong, owned by Ed Teefy, trained by Merv Chupp. Archie Buford will get the call. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8. ICF 2-year-old pacing. Colts all on gate. 4,600 on the line. Springfield race 4. Race time. There they go. Open pacing. Sleazy Captain's trying from the far outside and now hustling up from toward the inside. That is Designed to be a Star, who's forwardly placed as they head into that turn. Designed to be a Star looks to take over. Too Many Stars is now driving up, and also widest of all, that's Sleazy Captain. Along the inside, Fox Valley Quincy came away in 4th. Laser Focus has landed in 5th. Meanwhile, as they head to the quarter pole, Too Many Stars has taken the lead right at the quarter pole. Now the 2-hole ride here for Sleazy's Captain. Going along in 3rd, that's Designed to be a Star. 1 from there, Fox Valley Quincy, length and a half gap. Laser Focus, followed then by Conager. Back to Ding Dong in the trailer. That is a Dandy's Beach. Opening quarter here, 28-2. They're single file as they race toward the half, but now not happy with the tempo here. Juan Franco pulled on the line and now has taken over with Sleazy's Captain. Meanwhile, here's Cordarius Stewart and Designed to be a Star now up on the move to the outside, looking to force the issue, but can't clear right now. Along the inside, filling up that hole is Too Many Stars. A length and a half back then to Fox Valley Quincy. That's Laser Focus to the outside, 4 off the lead, the half, 59 seconds flat. They're racing into the far turn, and that's Sleazy Captain with that lead here, calling the shots 3 parts of a length. Stuck on the outside and looking to do it the hard way. That's Designed to be a Star. The one along the inside, but gapping that pocket ever so slightly. That is the Too Many Stars as they race to the top of the lane here. And now Sleazy Captain looks to kick away here for Juan Franco and has opened up a 5-length advantage. 3/4 and 1, 28-4. Sleazy Captain in complete control here. That is a Too Many Stars looking to hold a second. Grandstand side, Dandy's Beach is coming, but it is Sleazy Captain to win it. Finishing second, Too Many Stars. Looked like Dandy's Beach might have got up for 3rd over Laser Focus, and in that photo as well, that was a Conager. Sleazy Captain and Juan Franco, a handy winner today. Winning time coming up. How about 156-4? gelding, a son of Captain Trevor out of the Sagebrush mare, the Sleazy Princess. It's the first win in 3 lifetime starts for Sleazy Captain, bred by the Lindar Stables along with the Frontier Farms of Indiana and Illinois. Sleazy Captain's owned by Robert and Gail Sanders of Illinois, trained by Merv Chupp, nicely handled and driven to victory by Juan Franco. Time 1:56.4 will establish a life mark for Sleazy Captain. Here's the official placings from race 4. Fox Valley Quincy 6th, Designed to be a Star was 8th. Too Many Stars finished 2nd. Laser Focus was 3rd. Conager wound up with the nickel. Dandy's Beach finished 4th. Sleazy Captain, your race winner. Ding Dong 7th. Recheck top down 682, 354, 1 and 7 on the bottom. The fractions 28 and 2, half 59 seconds flat, 3/4 and 1:28 and 4, and the winning time once again establishing a mark, Sleazy Captain 1:56 and 4. All right, backside, you can bring them out for race 5. Race 5 is up next. Once again, race 5 is up next. Don't forget, we've got a long day ahead of us in the backside. Don't forget to get some refreshments into you. We've got Coleman's Concession open right across from the race office. Coleman's Concession is there for all your needs for food and drink. Stay hydrated today when it starts to warm up a little later on. A field of 8, ICF 2-year-old pacing, colts all on gate, 4,600 on the line, Springfield, race 4, race time. There they go. Often pacing, Sleazy Captain's trying from the far outside and now hustling up from toward the inside. That is Designed to be a Star, who's forwardly placed as they head into that turn. Designed to be a Star looks to take over. Too Many Stars is now driving up, and also widest of all, that's Sleazy Captain. Along the inside, Fox Valley Quincy came away in 4th. Laser Focus has landed in 5th. Meanwhile, as they head to the quarter pole, Too Many Stars has taken the lead right at the quarter pole. Now the 2-hole ride here for Sleazy's Captain. Going along in 3rd, that's Designed to be a Star. 1 from there, Fox Valley Quincy, length and a half gap. Laser Focus, followed then by Conager. Back to Ding Dong in the trailer. That is Dandy's Beach. Opening quarter here, 28 and 2. They're single file as they race toward the half, but now not happy with the tempo here. Juan Franco pulled on the line and now has taken over with Sleazy. Horses out on the track now for the 5th race. Maidens lining up in here, a field of 8. They include the 1 Nix MJ, owned by Mr. Carroll and Diane Hayes. Carroll Hayes trains. Archie Buford will catch drive. The 2 Beyond Dazzling, 1 of 2 from the Richard Schrock stable. This one's owned by Three's a Crowd stable, trained by Rick Schrock. Richard Schrock will also drive. 3 is Son of Sky Walker, owned by the Megan Rogers Racing stable. Tom Simmons trains. Wyatt Evanetti between the wheels. The 4, Mr. Ain't Goin', owned, trained, and reigned by Corderia Stewart. The 5, Fast Cash, owned by Alex Adam. Nick Prather trains. Jordan Patton will handle the lines. 6, Secret Party, owned by Steve Searle, along with Michael Shivers and Joey Orsini. Steve Searle trains. Travis Seekman handles the lines. The 2nd of the Richard Schrock trainees is the 7, Dreamin' of Being a Winner, also owned by the Three's a Crowd stable, trained by Richard Schrock. Casey Leonard will catch drive. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Another Legend, owned by Bob and Diane McCabe. Bob McCabe trains. Juan Franco between the wheels. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 maidens, all on gate. The purse $4,200. Suburban Downs at Springfield, the 5th race. Post time. There they go. Often pacing, except for the 1. Nix MJ made a break before the start, but caught back on quickly. And meanwhile, from the outside, Secret Party's driving out for the lead. Mr. Ain't Going far outside comes Dreamin' of Being a Winner as the field heads into the turn from the outside and now looking to cross over into the lead. That is Secret Party, who has the early lead. And on the outside, Dreamin' of Being a Winner, and Casey Leonard looking to drive on right now, and yielding for the 2-hole will be Secret Party. A length and a half away, Mr. Ain't Going got away third. Gap 2, Fast Cash. Then a length and a half to Beyond Dazzling. A length and a half away from there. That's Another Legend. And then it's 2 to Nix MJ, who did catch back on. And now Gap 2, Son of Skywalker, as the field heads up the backside. Opening quarter coming up. 29 seconds flat. And as they race down the backside with the lead here, that is a Dreamin' of Being a Winner on the motor. Right there tracking at a leader, that is a Secret Party as they just passed the half-mile mark. A gap of 2, Mr. Ain't Going in third, gapped about 3. That's Beyond Dazzling going along in fourth. Curtly 5 from the lead. Now tipping to the outside to have a look. That's Another Legend looking to pick up the cover. Nix MJ, nice recovery after that break before the start as they move up on the outside. Gapped another 2, Son of Skywalker. The trailer now, Fast Cash, half, 58 seconds flat. They're midway through the far turn. A Dreamin' of Being a Winner, looking to be a winner today. That lead is a length, and now looking to pop the pocket with Secret Party, but hasn't gone anywhere. And now looking to advance on the outside. That's Another Legend. They've got an 1/8 of a mile to go. Dreamin' of Being a Winner, and Casey Leonard kick for home with the leading 3/4, 1:27 4. A Dreamin' of Being a Winner's on that lead and driving, but holding the lead to 2. Another Legend in a second, and then Secret Party in deep stretch. Yeah, he'll be a winner today. Dreamin' of Being a Winner. And gonna win it by 2 in the end. Finishing second was Another Legend. Then it was close for third. A 3-horse photo here. Beyond Dazzling, Mr. Ain't Going, and Secret Party all in that photo for third, fourth, and fifth. No doubt about the winner, Casey Leonard, and Dreamin' of Being a Winner. Winning time coming up. How about 1:55 and 3? Race 5 winner number 7, Dreamin' of Being a Winner official. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Some Star Somewhere out of the Big Bad John mare, Dreams and Schemes. Maiden victory in the 3rd lifetime start for Dreamin' of Being a Winner. Bred by Jody Peacock of Illinois. Owned by the Threes, a Crowd stable. Trained by Richard Schrock. Driven to victory. That's a double on the day for driver Casey Leonard. Winning time 1:55 and 3 will establish a life mark for Dreamin' of Being a Winner. Here's the official placings from race 5. Nick's MJ 6th. Beyond Dazzling finished 4th. Son of Skywalker 7th. Mr. Ain't Going 3rd. Fast Cash wound up 8th. Secret Party finished 5th. Dreamin' of Being a Winner, your race winner. Another Legend 2nd. Recheck top down 6, 4, 7, 3, 8, 5, 1, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions 29, half 58, 3/4 127 and 4, and establishing a life mark today, Dreamin' of Being a Winner. Time 1:55 and 3. All right, backside you can bring them out for race 6. The 6th race is up next. We're going back to the trot for maiden trotters. In this upcoming 6th race, Scratch the 2, Addie Lou. Lame. Scratch the 2, Addie Lou out of this upcoming 6th race. Barn area, you can bring them out. Race 6. The 6th race is up next. Jade Hatfield. And Tom Simmons trains Casey Leonard in the bike. The 5 is Moonface Boy, owned and trained by Charles Arthur, Jordan Patton in the bike. 6 is Diesel Tornado, owned by Kyle Wilfong, along with Kurt Grummel, who also trains and reigns. 7, Mood Hadib, owned by Jamaica Patton and Gary Ockenbach, and Jamaica Patton trains and reigns. And rounding out the field, the 8, Booyah Boo, owned by Mr. Carroll and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains. Archie Buford will have the drive. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 2, Addie Lou scratched down now to a field of 7 maidens, all on gate, on the trot. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 6. Race time. There they go. Often trotting off to a good start, missing the start just a tad was Booyah Boo from the outside pole, but meanwhile trotting out for the early lead, alluring toward the inside. Also moving up now comes a Fox Valley Coral as they corner into that turn. It is alluring, coming away with an early lead, but up on the outside and on the move, that's a Fox Valley Coral looking to take that lead. A gap of 2 lengths here. Harbor Grace got away trotting in third, followed by Moonface Boy in fourth. 1 from there, that's a Diesel Tornado, currently 6 lengths off the lead, and then gapped about 3 lengths. That's a Mood Hadib, and further back, Booyah Boo. Up the backstretch they go as they pass the quarter pole. Handily careful on that turn there that is Fox Valley Coral, who has cleared into the lead. Opening quarter was 28-4. So as they head down to the half-mile mark, that is a Fox Valley Coral with the lead here in a 2-hole trip, and right there, all over that Leonard helmet, that is alluring. Tightening up and now in third, that's a Moonface Boy, a much closer third. In fourth, that's a Diesel Tornado, who's taking a peek to the outside shortly as they head to past the half here and heading into that far turn. Fox Valley Coral, a runner-up in the debut, looks to get the lion's share today. Now to the outside comes Moonface Boy, half 58-3. They're midway through that far turn as they race to the 3/4 pole. It's Fox Valley Coral with that lead. Along the inside is alluring, pinned in right now. Moonface Boy stuck on the outside first up. Now Diesel Tornado with Kurt Grummel looks to come 3 high with 1/8 of a mile to go. Down along the inside, that's a Mood Hadib. They've come to the top of the lane, and it is Fox Valley Coral putting up 3/4, 1:29-1. Heads are turning for home. Here on the grandstand side, picking them up, putting them down. It's a Diesel Tornado, and Diesel Tornado fighting back here on the inside, alluring at the wire. Tight on the line. Might have been Diesel Tornado, alluring right there. Then it was back to Fox Valley Coral. Looks like Mood Hadib goes 4th, finishing 5th will be Moonface Boy. Pitcher time in here. Might want to give it to the 6 Diesel Tornado, but we'll wait for the pitcher. Winning time coming up. How about 158-3? He's a son of New Jersey Viking. Out of a Dewey Cheatham and Howe mare, Chantilly Hall. The first win in 2 lifetime starts for Diesel Tornado. Bred by Dr. Ken Rucker along with Jana Rucker of Maryland and Wisconsin. Diesel Tornado's owned by Kyle Wolfong of Indiana and Kurt Grummel of Illinois. Trained and driven to victory by Kurt Grummel. Winning time 158.3. That will establish a life mark for Diesel Tornado. Here's the official placings from race 6, Harbor of Grace 6, Scratch Addie Lou. Alluring was second, Fox Valley Coral third. Moonface Boy picked up the nickel. Diesel Tornado, your race winner. Mood Hadib finished fourth. Booyah Boo was seventh. Recheck top down, 6 scratch 2, 3 5, 1 4, and 7 on the bottom. Here's the fractions: 28 and 4, half 58 and 3, 3/4 129 and 1. Once again establishing a life mark, Diesel Tornado 158 and 3. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 7. Fillies and mares and maidens here. You can bring them out. Race 7, we're back on the pace. Race 7, you can bring them out. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the track condition has been upgraded to track fast as of the 5th race. Track now rated fast. Horses out on the track now for race 7. Fillies and mares, maidens. They include the 1 Bombs Away Captain, owned by Paula and Joel Smith, along with Bart Seals. Amanda Van Winkle trains, and Joel Smith will drive. The 2 is A Real Faith, owned and trained by Doug Graham. Matt Avanetti handles the lines. 3 Lavender Haze, owned by Daryl Tilford, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. The 4 is YF Treva, owned by Cornelius Cabot along with Cedric Daniels. Cornelius Cabot trains and drives. The 5 horses, Captains of Magic, owned and trained by Tony Farina, Jordan Patton between the wheels. 6 is Scorecard Kiwi, owned by Green Acres along with Mike Klimas, Gregory Kane Chains, Wyatt Avanetti between the wheels. The 7 is River Girl, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Halford. And rounding out the field is the 8, Kiss My Moose, owned by Alan Beals, trained and driven by Gary Rath. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 maiden fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs race 7 here at Springfield. The purse $4,200. Race time. There they go. Often pacing, except for the 1 Bombs Away Captain made a break well before the start. Meanwhile, River Girl driving up from the far outside. A Real Faith there toward the inside as they head on into that first turn. It's River Girl clearing from that outside post for Steve Halford into the lead. And now sitting in the 2-hole, that's A Real Faith. And getting away third, YF Treva. 1 from there, that's Captain's Magic in a 4th. Scorecard Kiwi settled into 5th. Then it's back along the inside to Kiss My Moose. 1 from there, that's a Lavender Haze, currently 8 lengths off the lead, and now looking to catch up to the field after that break. Bombs Away Captain. Up the backstretch, they'll go, and leading the parade up the backside. That's a River Girl on the engine, leading a length and a half. A 2-hole here for A Real Faith. First quarter, 28 and 3 as they head toward that half-mile pole. Sitting back in third, YF Treva, followed there by Captains of Magic, who now looks anxious and has pulled to the outside, looking to pick up the cover. Scorecard a Kiwi. 1 from there, that is Kiss My Moose. They're past the half, heading toward the far turn, and River Girl in the 21st start of her career, looking for that maiden victory. The half, 59 seconds flat. They're racing into the far turn. River Girl with that short lead up on the outside and grinding it out here. First up on the outside, looking to take that lead away now. On the outside, that is YF Treva as they race past the 3/4 pole. Now from the outside, Captains of Magic has reached for that lead. And now here comes Scorecard Kiwi with a brush and a rush on the outside. Coming for home with 1/8 of a mile to go. Scorecard Kiwi to the outside, a short lead. 3/4, 1:28 and 3. Scorecard Kiwi fighting back. Captains of Magic on the inside. Captains Magic has come back off the canvas. Captains Magic in front. Captains Magic will win it. Finishing a second was Scorecard Kiwi. Then it was Kiss My Moose who got up for the show dough, followed by A Real Faith, and then Lavender Haze. Captains of Magic and Jordan Patton score. Winning time coming up. 1:57 and 2. That result's declared official. Start number 21 in the career for the 5. Captain's Magic, a winning one. Captain's Magic's a three-year-old brown filly, a daughter of Captain Trevor, out of the Better's Delight mare, Better's Magic. It's the first win in 21 lifetime starts for Captain's Magic, who was bred by Jeff Jones of Illinois. Owned and trained by Tony Farina of Illinois. Driven to victory by Jordan Patton. The winning time of 1:57.2 will establish a life mark for Captain's Magic. Well, here's how they finish in race 7. Bombs Away Captain 6th. A Real Faith 4th. Lavender Haze wound up 5th. YF Treva finished 8th. Captain's Magic was your race winner. Scorecard Kiwi 2nd. River Girl wound up 7th. Kiss My Moose 3rd. Recheck Top Down 6, 4, 5, 8, 1, 2, 7, and 3 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 3. The half was 59 seconds flat. 3/4 time in 1:28 and 3. Once again, the winning time for Captain's Magic, 1:57 and 2. Turn the page and we're moving to race 8 now. We're still on the pace here. It's race 8. Fillies and mares, once again, maidens, another division here. 2-year-olds are going to draw in the side. Please note, in this upcoming 8th race, scratch. Scratch due to transportation of the 3 midnight practice. The 3 midnight practice scratch due to transportation. All right, backside, you can bring them out for race 8. We're ready to go. Barn area, race 8, up next. Waiting on the 6 and 7. Tulip at the beach and see Sleazy Little Darling. We're waiting on the 6 and 7. 6 and 7 are needed to the track. Tulip at the beach and Sleazy Little Darling. We're waiting for your arrival. Horses coming onto the track now for race 8, maiden fillies and mares. Scratch the 3, midnight practice. Scratch down to a field of 7 that include the 1, Miss Sunshine Lady. Owned and trained by Proby Maxwell, Archie Buford will drive. The 2 is Cinemunch, owned by Gary Watson, trained by Jamaica Patton. Handling the lines will be Mike Cox. Scratch the 3. 4 is Locked Out of Heaven, owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stable. Nelson Willis trains Juan Franco between the wheels. The 5 is See You Somewhere, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul. Jerry Hansen trains Corderia Stewart, looks for his 3rd winner today. 6 is Tulip at the Beach, owned by Dave Brown. Jim Eaton trains Wyatt Avanetti in the driver's seat. 7, Sleazy Little Darling, races for Glenn Brown, trained by Dave Avanetti. Matt Avanetti will steer. And rounding out the field, the 8, May Pearl, owned by Sarah Potts. Steve Searle trains. Casey Leonard looks for a 3rd winner today. Starter Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 3, midnight practice, we're scratched down to a field of 7, maiden fillies and mares, all on gate. The purse, $4,200. Springfield, race 8, race time. There they go. Often pacing Sleazy Little Darling from the far outside, and now hustling up there, Locked Out of Heaven. Up along the inside comes the Miss Sunshine Beach as they head for that opening turn. Miss Sunshine Lady is there along the inside, heading into the turn now from the outside and crossing over. Locked Out of Heaven got an early lead, but now here is Sleazy Little Darling to take over. So Sleazy Little Darling now is on the motor here. That is in the 2-hole Locked Out of Heaven, but the tempo slowed quickly, and so Juan Franco doesn't want to sit in the two-hole, and Locked Out of Heaven has come right back out to take that lead away. Miss Sunshine Lady looks it over from third. That is See You Somewhere sitting in fourth, fifth, Cinnamon, sixth there. That is a Tulip at the Beach. As opening quarter, 29 seconds flat. The one who can see them all is May Pearl, 9 from the leader. Single file formation as they head to the half-mile mark, and that is Juan Franco, and Locked Out of Heaven with that lead, a length and a half. Sleazy Little Darling content with a two-hole trip, half a mile to go. Miss Sunshine Lady with Archie Buford looks it over from third, 2.5 off that lead, a length and a half away to See You Somewhere, followed by Cinnamon. Then it's back there to Tulip at the Beach, and May Pearl continues to see them all. Half in just a minute and 2/5, 31 and 2, a second quarter breather here. Locked Out of Heaven holding a short lead, and now Archie Buford has come to call. Miss Sunshine Lady looking to tackle that leader up on the outside. Cinnamunch working on the leaders now, is second over, 2 off the lead in third. On the inside there at the rail, that is racing back next to Sleazy Little Darling. They've got an eighth of a mile to go, and it's still Locked Out of Heaven holding that lead from on the outside. Miss Sunshine Lady, 3/4, 1:31 and 2. Locked Out of Heaven is finding more now. Then it's back to Miss Sunshine Lady. Bruno Mars will be happy tonight. Locked Out of Heaven gonna win it by about 3 in the end. Miss Sunshine Lady was second. Then it was Sleazy Little Darling, close for fourth and fifth. That'll be a photo between Cinnamon, and right there in that photo, Tulip at the Beach. Locked Out of Heaven. How about 1:59 for Locked Out of Heaven? Race 8 is in the books. Your winner of the 4, Locked Out of Heaven, a 3-year-old brown filly by Lazarus out of a Fulton's Future Mare, Pleasure Beach. It took 13 starts for the victory, a maiden victory for Locked Out of Heaven. Bred and owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stable here of Illinois, and that's 2 winners on the day for the owners of Megan Rogers Racing Stable. Nelson Willis is the winning trainer, driven to victory, Locked Out of Heaven by Juan Franco, and that's a double on the day for driver Juan Franco. With the winning time of 1:59 flat, will establish a life mark after the maiden victory for Locked Out of Heaven. Here's how they finish in race 8. Miss Sunshine Lady was second, Cinnamunch fourth, scratch due to transportation, the 3, midnight practice. Locked Out of Heaven, your race winner. See You Somewhere sixth, Tulip at the Beach got the nickel. Sleazy Little Darling, the show dough, May Pearl 7th. Recheck top down, 2-4 scratch, 1-6, 5, 3, and 7 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 29, half in a minute and 2 ticks, 3/4, 1:31 and 2, and the time once again for Locked Out of Heaven was 1:59 flat. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 9. We've got conditioned fillies and mares coming up. Race 9, bring them out, barn area. Race 9 is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 9th race. Conditioned fillies and mares in here, a field of 7. Let's meet the field. The 1 is I Love My Captain, owned by the Wilfongs. Barbara, Brett, and Candace Wilfong. Mike Brink trains. Travis Seekman will catch drive. The 2, Rockin' Our Lane, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Matt Avanetti will steer. The 3, Captain Sweetness, owned and trained by Lee Broomfield Jr. and Dennis Bankston handles the lines. The 4, Bushy, owned by the Windy City Farm. Nick Prather trains. Wyatt Avanetti between the wheels. The 5 is Miss Larry, owned by Lester Detweiler along with MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains. Casey Leonard looks for the hat trick. 6 is Fox Valley Showgal, owned by Carla Santos. Alexander Conte trains. Cordarius Stewart also looking for a triple. And rounding out the field, the 7 is Hole in the Bottle, owned by Chuck Racing Stable. Merv Chuck trains. Archie Buford in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 condition fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 9, post time. There they go. Off pacing off to a very good start. A host of levers in here from between horses. Bushy's going for that early lead. Down along the inside now, hustling out of there. That is I Love My Captain as they corner. Up on the far outside, that is the Fox Valley Showgal as they round the turn. Bushy has come away with the lead. I Love My Captain picked up the 2-hole. And now Cordarius Stewart landed in the 3 spot. And that's Fox Valley Showgirl in the 3rd. 1 from there, Rockin' Arlene, gap 2.5. That's Captain Sweetness, followed by Hole in the Bottle. The early trailer, Miss Larry, 9 off the lead. Past the quarter and heading up the backside as they straighten out on the backside. That is with the lead here. Boshi cutting it. That is I Love My Captain. And Seekman content with that 2-hole. First quarter, 28 seconds flat. A rapid opening quarter here. Fox Valley Showgal is going along in 3rd. The track has been upgraded to fast. Sitting there in 4th, Rockin' Arlene just 3.5 off the lead. Gap 2, Hole in the Bottle. Miss Larry starts to the outside, has now moved into 6th, 7th. Captain Sweetness past the half, heading in toward the far turn. Not much movement quite yet. They went by the half, 57 seconds flat, a 29 flat second quarter. No fooling around today. Bushy is holding that lead with Wyatt Avanetti. And now popping the pocket, here's I Love My Captain now, looking to tackle that leader. It's 2 back to Fox Valley Showgal in the 3rd. Coming on into 4th, Rockin' Arlene, and on the inside, Hole in the Bottle. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go, and a new leader. The leader is I Love My Captain. Kicks for home, 3 quarters, 1:26 and 2, 29 and 2, 3rd quarter. I Love My Captain, though, is holding clear here by 3. Fox Valley Showgal second best. I love my captain. I love my captain, gonna win it over Fox Valley Showgal. Hole in the bottle with a late rally, got up for third. Finishing fourth, that was Rockin' Arlene, and Miss Larry will pick up the nickel. I love my captain, and Travis Seekman score. Winning time coming up. How about 155 and 3? Race 9 is in the books. Your winner, I love my captain's a 3-year-old bay filly by Captain Cameo. Out of the Sky Dancer Hanover mare, I Dance, You Prance. A homebred, bred by Barbara Brett and Candace Wilfong of Pendleton, Indiana. Winning trainer Mike Brink. Winning driver Travis Seekman. That's the first win in 4 starts this year, and now 3 wins overall for I love my captain. Here's how they finished in race 9. I love my captain, your race winner. Rockin' Arlene 4th. Captain Sweden is 7th. Bushy finished 6th. Miss Larry was 5th. Fox Valley Showgal 2nd. Hole in the Bottle was 3rd. Recheck top down 1, 4, 7, 6, 5, 2, and 3. The fractions 28 flat. Half 57 flat. 3/4 126 and 2. And the winning time here, just 3 ticks from the life mark for I love my captain, 155 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 10. We're moving over to the trot. Race 10, we're going to the trot here for ICF 3-year-olds. Bring them out for race number 10, barn area. The 10th race is up next.
I used to go drinking and go in the car up at Hawthorne with Cozy 35 years ago.
Roy's been up there a lot of years.
Have you? It was fun. Here, I'll get you a picture of the car. See ya.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Check, check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2. Trotters out on the track now for race 10, ICF 3-year-olds. And the fillies will draw inside. We've got a field of 8 in here. They include the 1, Lose My Number, owned by Steven Sturl, M. Buzzard, C. Paloma, and M. Paloma. Steven Sturl trains. Driver change here to Cordarius Stewart. Cordarius Stewart drives the 1, Lose My Number. 2 is What a Legacy, owned by Mike Brink, R. Lacey, M. Brown, and Jay Clausen. Mike Brink trains and drives. The 3 is K's in Charge, owned by the Engel Stable of Illinois. Tom Simmons trains, 1 of 2 for him in here. This one will be driven by Wyatt Avenetti. The 4 is Gypsy Rose Lou, 1 of 3 from the Kurt Grummel barn, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham, trained by Kurt Grummel. Juan Franco does the driving. The 5 is Almost Home, owned by Angelo Alessia, along with Sam Dendano and Kurt Grummel, who also trains. Travis Seekman aboard. 6 is High Class Vegas a Bunny, owned by Matthew White, trained by Jamaica Patton. Noted driver change today to Mike Cox. Mike Cox on the 6. 7 is Frontier Macho, the second of the Tom Simmons trainees. This one races for Ann Schneider, Benita Simmons, and Dennis Gardner. Tom Simmons trained Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. And rounding out the trio of the Kurt Grummel trotters, it's the 8 Sunburnt and Silverado, owned by the Grummels, Kurt, Craig, and Leo. Kurt Grummel trains and reigns. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 ICF 3-year-old trotters, all on gate, a co-feature. The purse, $6,600. Springfield, race 10. Race time. There they go. Often trotting Sunburned Silverado from the very far outside is forwardly placed here for Grummel as they drive toward the first turn. Lose my number up along the inside. Also up with the early leaders now comes K's in charge. Also there Frontier Macho as they settle here, rounding that turn 3 high for port there of that turn. And now finally crossing over, it's Sunburned Silverado taking the early lead. Frontier Macho came away in second as they passed the quarter. One from there, that is racing along in third. K's in charge, followed by Lose My Number in a fourth. Fifth, that's a What a Legacy. Sixth, that is Gypsy Rose Lose. The trailer, that is Almost Home. As they pass the quarter here, reached in 28-2. The field heads up the backside, and they're being led here by Sunburned Silverado on the point. Right there in the 2-hole trip, that's a Frontier, a Macho, who's tightly tracking that leader. One from there, K's in charge, stayed at the rail in third. Now Cordelia Stewart's up on the outside and on the move, would Lose My Number. A length and a half back now, and also moving to the outside comes What a Legacy. Past the half and heading into that far turn. Sunburned Silverado, but now taking over. There goes Lose My Number, the half. 59 seconds flat, and Lose My Number looking to get back on the winning track here today. Cordelia Stewart looks for his third winner and looks good right now with a quarter mile to go. Lose My Number on a lead of almost 2. Sunburned Silverado second best right now. Along the inside in third, Frontier Macho. They've got an eighth of a mile to go as that's turn for home, and Lose My Number looking to seal the deal. Sunburned Silverado's back out for more. 3/4, 128 flat. Lose My Number. Sunburned Silverado has come right back, and here's Frontier Macho picking him up, putting him down. Frontier Macho gonna win it over Sunburned Silverado, and then it was Lose My Number. Close for fourth and fifth. In that photo will be Gypsy Rose Lose along with What a Legacy. Frontier Macho, Casey Leonard with his third winner today. Got the job done. Final time for Frontier Macho. About 156 and 4.
Thanks again.
Race 10 is in the books and a perfect 6 for 6 now in 2025, and now 11 wins from 23 lifetime starts. The 7, Frontier Macho. Frontier Macho's a 3-year-old bay gelded. He's a son of class included out of a Cassius mare, Maui Mama. As we mentioned, a perfect 6 for 6 here in 2025, and none faster than this one here this afternoon. Frontier Macho, bred by the Frontier Farms of Illinois, is owned by Dennis Gardner, Ann Schneider, and Benita Simmons. Here's the 10th different trainer to win today. The 10th different trainer in 10 races, trained by Tom Simmons, driven to victory. That's a triple on the day for driver Casey Leonard. Winning time 1:56.4 by 1 full second. That's a brand new life mark for Frontier Macho. Here's how they finish in race 10. Lose My Number 3rd. What a Legacy 5th. K's in Charge 6th. Gypsy Rose Lose finished 4th. Almost Home 7th. High Class Vegas Bunny wound up 8th. Frontier Macho, your race winner. Sunburnt Silverado 2nd. Recheck Top Down 3, 5, 6, 4, 7, 8, 1, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions 28 and 2, half 59 flat, 3/4 and 128. And the winning time, once again, a new life best for Frontier Macho, 1:56 and 4. All right, barn area, we're getting a little closer to the halfway point here. We're getting close to the halfway point. You can bring them out for race 11. The 11th race is up next. We do have 2 scratches to report in this upcoming 11th race. Scratch the 3, Rockin' Cafone. Scratch the 5, RK's Captain. That's in this upcoming 11th race. Scratch the numbers 3 and 5. Barn area, bring them out for race 11. The 11th race is next.
Still alive.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is your producer and videographer, Don Holden with Trot and Pace LLC. Just wanted to apologize for the first, it would have been first 8 races that we had some spotty sound. Myself and Mark with ATS Sound have been working, running up and down the stairs, playing the Rocky music, trying to hunt down the problem in between races. For the technically inclined at you that are curious, I believe there was some sort of ground loop in the system. basically our equipment and theirs not playing nice, which is strange because nothing has changed with house sound or our equipment from the past, well, 3 years since we've been doing this. So still not quite sure of the problem, but we have basically completely changed our signal chain, and so while we haven't found the problem, we have found a solution. So hopefully you now have crystal clear sound. You guys on the backstretch should be able to hear me. I apologize for the humming and buzzing prior to now. I think it wasn't quite as bad on the live stream as it was in person, but I know you could hear it on both. So apologies to everybody, and hopefully it is crystal clear as usual now. Thank you.
Horses stepping onto the track now for the 11th race. Condition pacers lining up in here. 2 scratches to report, both sick. The 3, Rockin' Cafone, out due to sickness, and the 5, Arcase Captain's out due to sickness. So that's going to leave us with a field of 5 in here that include the 1, Captain's Express, owned by Ernest Sork along with Sean and Noreen Nessa. Sean Nessa trains and Isaac Love will drive. 2, Don't Spank Checky, owned by Cody Edward Eustace. Charles Eustace trains. 1, Franco will handle the lines. Once again, scratch the 3. The 4, Monday Morning Merle, owned by Bob and Linda Grider, along with Terry Leonard, who also trains. Casey Leonard aboard. Scratch the 5. The 6, Fox Valley Vitale, 1 of 2 for Tom Simmons in here. This one owned by Ivan Hawthorne, along with the Get Live Stables and Bonita Simmons. Tom Simmons trains. Wyatt Avanetti aboard. And the second of the Tom Simmons trainees, the 7, Fox Valley Ramiro, owned by James Cravens and Bonita Simmons. Tom Simmons, the trainer. Cordarius Stewart, the pilot. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 3, Rocket Cafone, and the 5, Arcase Captain, we're scratched down to a field of 5. Condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the 11th race. Race time. There they go. Often pacing off to a good start here. From the inside, it's the gray Captain's Express showing some early speed. Up on the outside comes the Fox Valley Vitale as they round that turn. Also, widest of all, the stablemate there. That's a Fox Valley Ramiro as they corner into that turn. It's Fox Valley Vitale getting that early lead, but here comes the stablemate now. And up on the outside, Fox Valley Ramiro has taken over. So Fox Valley Ramiro gonna cut it, and the stablemate will sit in second. That's Fox Valley Vitale. Mid-pack in this field of 5. Going along, racing in third, that's Captain's Express, followed by Don't Spank Checky, the trailer. Monday Morning Merle, 6 lengths off the lead as they head up the backside. And this field of 5 march toward the half. That opening quarter came up 28 seconds flat. And Cordarius Stewart between the wheels. And he's got Fox Valley Ramiro on the chooch here, leading a length from Fox Valley Vitale as they race toward that half. Racing along, still in third. No action in the backfield. Captain's Express in the third. That is Don't Spank Checky now for Juan Franco, tipping to the outside, having a look, but still 5 lengths off the lead. And then it's back to Monday Morning Merle, the half, 57 seconds flat. And that's Fox Valley Vitale continuing to lead it here, trying to get away just a little. That leads a length and a half from the stablemate. His barn buddy right there, Fox Valley Vitale. Fox Valley Ramiro still with that lead as the Fox Valleys go 1-2 here. 3 lengths back now. Don't Spank Checky along the inside, not keeping up Captain's Express. And then Monday Morning Merle coming out of the turn and kicking for home. Fox Valley Ramiro. Can Cordarius Stewart get his third winner today? Fox Valley Vitale second best. 3/4, 125 and 3. It is Fox Valley Ramiro by 2. And Fox Valley Vitale. It's the Fox Valleys. It will be Ramiro to win it over Vitale. Then it was back to Monday Morning Merle, followed by Don't Spank Checky. Picking up the nickel will be the gray Captain's Express. Cordarius Stewart, he's got the hat trick. Fox Valley Ramiro. condition. Race 11 is in the books, and it goes to the 7 Foxes Valley Ramiro, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Some Stars Somewhere, out of the Western Hanover mare Pacific Sister K. It's the 3rd win in 6 starts this year, 6th lifetime victory for Fox Valley Ramiro, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds right here in Illinois. Owned by James Craven and Benita Simmons. That's a 2nd winner on the day for trainer Tom Simmons. Back-to-back wins for trainer Tom Simmons. How about a driving hat trick on the day? A triple for driver Cordarius Stewart. Here's the official placings from race 11. Captain's Express was 5th. Don't Spank Checky 4th. Scratch Rocket Cafone. Monday Morning Merle 3rd. Scratch Arcase Captain. Fox Valley Vitali 2nd. Fox Valley Ramiro, your race winner. 3 check, top down, 5, 4, scratch, 3, scratch, 2, and 1 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from the 11th. 28 flat for the quarter, the half 57, 3 quarters 125 and 3, and the winning time today for Fox Valley Ramiro was 154 and 3. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 12. Yeah, that'll be the halfway point here today of this Marathon 24 race card. You can bring them out. Race 12, the 12th race, is up next. In this upcoming 12th race, we do have a scratch. Scratch the 5 due to transportation. 5 Triple Revenge is out due to a transportation scratch. Horses out on the track now for race 12. Condition fillies and mares lining up in here. Down to a field of 7. Scratch the 5. Triple Revenge. The field includes the 1 La Rosa, owned and trained by Mike Perrin. Cordelia Stewart looks for a 4th winner today. 2 is Itty Bitty Secret, owned by Sarah Potts, trained by Steve Searle. Travis Seekman, the driver. The 3 horse is Fabulous, owned by Audra Fletcher. Archie Buford trains and reigns. The 4, Jimmy Lai, owned by the Blackfoot Farms, trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard in the bike. Scratch the 5, Triple Revenge. 6 is Tyler Ty, owned by Hosea Williams. Steve Helford trains. Jordan Patton catch drives. 7, All I Need's a Miracle, owned and trained by David Mosley. Juan Franco aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8 is To Bean Dream, owned by Benita Simmons along with Ann Schneider. Tom Simmons look for a natural training hat trick. Wyatt Evanetti aboard. Starter calls for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 5, Triple Revenge, we're scratched down to a field of 7. Condition, fillies and mares, all on gate. Springfield, race 12. Post time. There they go. Often pacing. Fabulous is going for the early lead. Down along the inside comes La Rosa. Those two get a vie for the early lead. Down along the inside, Itty Bitty Secret get a corner in 3rd. Jimmy Lai 4th. As they corner now from the outside, Fabulous is taking over that lead. Pitting in 2nd in the 2-hole trip now. That's La Rosa, followed by racing in 3rd. That is Itty Bitty Secret. The tempo has slowed significantly as they race along in 4th. That is Jimmy Lai, followed there now on the inside, racing next. That's a Tyler Ty, and then it's All I Need's a Miracle. To Bean a Dream, I can see them all. Up the backstretch they go, and Fabulous with Archie Buford aboard, controlling the tempo here. How about a walking 31 seconds flat for that opening quarter? Tactical advantage belongs to Fabulous, looking to go back to back. No one yet to make a move. Racing along in 2nd there, that is La Rosa, and now moving to the outside comes Seekman with Itty Bitty Secret. He's had enough of the tempo. Now to the outside and moving up, that is Tyler Ty. They're past the half and heading toward the far turn, and the top 6 have doubled up as they race to that far turn on the outside. Itty Bitty Secret stuck a nose in the front, trying to fight back along the inside. Fabulous. The half reached in 1:02 and 4 as they race midway through that far turn. It's Tyler Ty who's looming on the leader in a 2nd over trip, drawn up perfectly. Also into the hunt now now comes All I Need Is a Miracle. Juan Franco looks to fan off the cover, and he's coming 3 high with about an 1/8 of a mile to go. They're coming for home, and here is All I Need Is a Miracle. 3/4 in 131 flat. Looking to fight back now. That on the inside is battling back. Fabulous. Far outside now. Here comes Two Bean Dream on the grandstand side as they hit the wire. Two Bean Dream, I think, got there just over a game. Fabulous. And then it was close between the rest of them. Also in there, Jimmy Lai, along with La Rosa, and All I Need's a Miracle. But it'll be a photo, but I think Two Bean Dream might have just got up in time. Winning time coming up. How about 1:59 and 3? In the photo, it was the 8 Two Bean Dream, your winner over the 3 Fabulous. Your winner of race 12 today, coming off of the bench, hasn't raced since December, first start of 2025, and Two Bean Dream is a winner in the debut of the new year. Two Bean Dream now with 5 wins in his campaign. How about a natural hat trick on the day for trainer Tom Simmons, along with the owner, Benita Simmons. Two Bean Dream is a 3-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Some Star Somewhere, out of the Sportsmaster mare Fox Valley Catwalk. It is, as we mentioned, the 5th win, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds. Another winner for them here today. Two Bean Dream, owned by Benita Simmons, along with Ann Schneider. A natural hat trick on the day for trainer Tom Simmons, driven to victory by Wyatt Avanetti. Two Bean Dream, fresh off the bench. Here's the official placings from race 12. La Rosa finished 4th. Itty Bitty Secret 7th. Fabulous wound up 2nd. Jimmy Lai got the nickel. Scratch Triple Revenge. Tyler Ty was 6th. All I Need's a Miracle 3rd. Two Bean Dream, your race winner. Recheck top down, 4-7-2. 5 scratch, 6-3, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 31 flat. The half, 102 and 4. 3/4 in 131. And the winning time today for Two Bean Dream, a seasonal mark, 1:59 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 13. 3-year-old fillies coming up. You can bring them out. We're on the pace still. 3-year-old pacing fillies. Race number 13, bring them out, is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 13th race. ICF 3-year-old pacing filly. Good field of 7 lining up in here, including the one Fox Valley Lava, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller along with Lester Detweiler. Kevin Miller trains Archie Buford between the wheels. 2 Lady Casina, owned by Bob and Linda Grider along with James Kish. Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard aboard. 3 Fox Valley My Girl, owned and trained by Charles Arthur. Jordan Patton will drive. 4 Fox Valley Groupie, owned by R.O. Walker, H. Walker, Jim Ballinger, and C. Walker. Bob Walker trains and Travis Seekman the pilot. 5 is Wildcat Abbey, owned by Timothy Williams. Roshan Trigg trains. Cordarius Stewart in the driver's seat. 6 is Jezebel Moose, owned by Alan Beals. Gary Rath trains. Juan Franco will catch drive. And rounding out the field of 7, Fox Valley Starlet, owned by Final Turn along with Mark Winship and Rob Redoff, who also trains Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. Starter calls for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 ICF 3-year-old pacing fillies, all on gate. It's a co-featured event. Suburban Downs here at Springfield, 13th race. Race time. There they go. Often pacing Fox Valley Groupie from the center of the track, and now hustling up along the rail comes Fox Valley Lava on a break just after the start. Fox Valley My Girl as they hustle into that first turn. Fox Valley Lava from along the rail is driven into that early lead. It'll be Fox Valley Groupie coming away in a second. A gap of 2 lengths there. That's Lady Casina, who got away racing in third. Sitting there in fourth, that's a Wildcat Abbey as they approach that opening quarter. A length and a half back to Jezebel Moose, and then it's 2 to Fox Valley Starlet, and after the early miscue, the trailer, Fox Valley My Girl. Past that quarter and now heading up the backside as they race toward the half-mile pole here. That is a Fox Valley Lava cutting it right there, tracking the leader. That's a Fox Valley Groupie the first quarter, 28-2. It's a length and a half gap sitting in third. Lady Casina, Wildcat Abbey drafting along in fourth, but not much longer as Cordarius Stewart just pulled on the right line, and he's given Abbey the cue to get rolling. On the outside now looking to pick up the cover, Jezebel Moose. Also moving into the underflow comes Fox Valley Starlet. Once again a miscue there for Fox Valley My Girl, gapped in last as they head past the half and into that far turn. Half-mile time coming up in 58-2, so it was a 30 flat. A second quarter breather. Archie Buford and Fox Valley Lava now put to the test as that is moving up on the outside to challenge that leader. It's a Fox Valley Groupie. Back in third, that's a Wildcat Abbey as they've got about an 1/8 of a mile to go. Fox Valley Lava looking to keep that winning streak alive. Coming from the very end of Springfield, 3/4, 1:26-1. Fox Valley Lava trying to stand the test of time. Up on the outside and rolling. Wildcat Abbey is on the roll. Here's Wildcat Abbey, a grand slam for Cordarius Stewart. Yes, Wildcat Abbey gonna win it. Fox Valley Lava second best today. Then Fox Valley Groupie followed by Jezebel Moose, and then I think Fox Valley Starlet might get the 5th place check, but it was indeed Wildcat Abbey. Corderia Stewart, a grand slam. Winning time coming up. 154-3, Wildcat Abbey. Race 13 is in the books. Your winner of the 5, Wildcat Abbey, a 3-year-old daughter of Captain Trevor out of the All-American Native Mare, Wimple Hanover. It's the 3rd win in 5 starts this season, and how about this win percentage? 13 wins from 23 lifetime starts. Wildcat Abbey was bred by the Freedom Hill Farms of Illinois, owned by Timothy Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, driven to victory. A 4th winner on the day, the Grand Slam for driver Corderia Stewart. The time of 154-3 is just 1 tick from equaling Wildcat Abbey's life mark. Here's the official placings from race 13. Fox Valley Lava 2nd, Lady Casina 5th, Fox Valley My Girl 7th, Fox Valley Groupie 3rd. Wildcat Abbey was your race winner. Jezebel Moose wound up 4th. Fox Valley Starlet 6th. Recheck top down 2, 5, 7, 3, 1, 4, and 6 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 2, the half 58 and 2, 3/4 126 and 1, and the winning time for Wildcat Abbey 154-3. All right, we're moving on. Bring them out backside race 14. Race 14 is up next. Condition Pacers coming up here in race 14. You can bring them out for the 14th race. We do have a scratch in this upcoming 14th. Scratch the 6, Ain't Wicked, sick. The 6, Ain't Wicked, out due to sickness. Horses out on the track now for the 14th race. Condition pacers lining up in here. Scratch number 6, Ain't Wicked Due to Sickness. We're left with a half a dozen that include the 1, Dandy's Freedom, owned by Terry Leonard, the Dandy Farm, Peter Couches, and FT Racing Stable. And Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard aboard. 2, Battle and Bob, owned by the Walker, and Klinger. Robert Walker trains, Travis Seekman aboard. 3, Heavy Pressure, owned by Latoya Houlitt. Roshan Trigg trains, Corderia Stewart alive for 5. 4, Hurricane King Carlo, owned by Ivan Foltz. Archie Buford trains and drives. The 5, Free Art, owned by Beta Simmons. Tom Simmons looks for a 4th winner today. Mike Rogers is in the bike. Scratch the 6. And the 7 is Hi Ho, He's Silver, owned by Robert Silverberg, P. Turner, Jim Eaton, and M. Brown. Jim Eaton trains, Wyatt Evanetti in the driver's seat. Once again, barn area, don't forget Coleman's concession stand is over on the backside, but please note they'll be closing at about 3:30 this afternoon. That's Coleman's concession. You might want to get something now before they shut it down. They're shutting down at around 3:30 today. So once again, Coleman's concession stand is open, but not for much longer. Pick up some food and drink from their concession stand before they close at about 3:30. Starters called for the horses. Still lined up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 6, Ain't Wicked, scratch down to a half a dozen. Condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the 14th race of a 24-race marathon. Race time. There they go. Often pacing from the outside. That is Hurricane King Carlo going for the lead, but now joined by Battle and Bob. And Battle and Bob hustles out of there toward the inside as they head for that first turn. Battle and Bob going to corner with that lead. Hurricane King Carlo to the outside toward the inside. That's Dandy's Freedom. Heavy Pressure got away racing in a 4th, and then along the inside racing next. That is a Free Art as they head to the quarter pole, and just passing that quarter, Travis Seekman, Battle and Bob on the motor. That lead is almost 2 from Dandy's Freedom. Going along in 3rd, settling in now, Hurricane King Carlo. Looking it over from 4th, that's a Heavy Pressure. It is for Free Art Racing next, and then Hi Ho, He's Silver. Opening quarter, 27-4. The field single file up the backside as they march down toward the half-mile mark. Battling Bob, looking to get back on the winning track, is freshened up and has that lead. It's a length and a half from Dandy's Freedom in the 2-hole, and now Hurricane King Carlo is back out for more and on the move first up. That is Heavy Pressure looking to follow that one. The gray Hi Ho, He's Silver, 3rd over on the outside, and now coming up the inside a little bit is Free Art, the half, 56-4. It was a 29 flat second quarter. Battling Bob holding that lead, appears to be strong right now. Up on the outside there, Hurricane King Carlo. Corderia Stewart looks to come 3 high with Heavy Pressure. They're past 3 quarters with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Heavy Pressure gonna turn the pressure up. Battle and Bob now looks to battle back on the inside. 3 quarters in 1:26. Coming down to these two on the inside. Battle and Bob fights back. Heavy Pressure to the outside. These two are duking it out. Heavy Pressure, Battle and Bob as they hit the wire. Heavy Pressure gonna win it over Battle and Bob. Dandy's Freedom 3rd, finishing 4th Free Art, and then Hi Ho, He's Silver will pick up the nickel. Heavy Pressure, it's a Corderia Stewart day. He's alive for 5. Winning time coming up. Heavy Pressure. 153 and 3. Race 14 in the books with the 3 Heavy Pressure scoring from off the pace here today. Heavy Pressure's a 6-year-old bay horse by Real Desire. Out of the Arts Conquest mare, I Know It, Sydney. The 5th win of the year, 32nd lifetime victory for the 6-year-old Heavy Pressure. Bred by Arita and Rod Williams of Illinois. Heavy Pressure is owned by Latoya Houlihan of Mississippi. A 2nd winner on the day for trainer Roshan Trigg. Ladies and gentlemen, alive for 5. That's right, 5 winners on the day for driver Cordarius Stewart. The official placings from race 14, Dandy's Freedom 3rd, Battle and Bob 2nd. Heavy Pressure, your race winner. Hurricane King Carlo wound up 6th. Free Art 4th. Scratch due to sickness ain't wicked. Hi Ho He Silver got the nickel. Recheck top down 3, 2, 1, 6, 4. Scratch 5 on the bottom. Fractions 27 and 4. Half 56 and 4. 3/4 and 126. And the winning time, Heavy Pressure stops the clock 153 and 3. All right, backside, you can bring them out for race 15. We're getting a little closer to the one you're looking for. You can bring them out, though, for race 15. High condition pacers coming up in here. Race 15 is up next. Horses out on the track now for race 15. High condition pacers lining up in here, a field of 7. They include the 1, Cash Money 20, owned by Heart and Soul Racing, along with Casey Leonard. Mike Brink trains, and Casey Leonard will drive. 2, He's Lost in Time, owned by Pravi and Zyler Maxwell. Pravi Maxwell trains. Noted driver change today to Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton drives the 2, He's Lost in Time. 3, Fox Valley Gemini, owned by Jim Ballinger, trained by Terry Leonard. Archie Buford gets the call. The 4, Rockin' Republic, leased and trained by Nick Prather, Travis Siekman between the wheels. 5, Fox Valley Cayman, owned by James Craven, Benita Simmons, and Ann Schneider. Tom Simmons looks for a 4th training victory today. Cordarius Stewart looks for a 6-pack on the day. 6 is Rockin' Pulse, owned by Mary Van Boven. Jim Eaton trains, Wyatt Evanetti handles the lines. And to round out the field of 7 is Fox Valley Kodiak, owned by Donna Kelly and Nelson Willis, who also trains. Juan Franco will do the driving. Starter Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A good field of 7 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs here at Springfield, race 15. Post time. There we go. Often pacing off to a good start here. Fox Valley Gemini toward the inside, leaving from the far outside Fox Valley Kodiak. Also now hustling up Cash Money 20, also up there with the leaders as they head for the turn. He's Lost in Time as they corner 3 across the track here from between horses now to get that lead. Driving into the lead here on the inside, that is He's Lost in Time, but now driving up on the outside here, moving up it's Fox Valley Kodiak to take that lead away. Now back into second comes Rockin' Republic. Looking it over from third, that is make that racing in third, Fox Valley Gemini. A gap of 2 to Cash Money 20, followed there by racing in fifth, He's Lost in Time. First quarter, 27-1 as they rock and roll to that opening quarter, and now march up the backside. Rockin' Republic is on the chute here. That's a Fox Valley Kodiak, the 2-hole. Going along in third, Fox Valley Gemini. And now Casey Leonard pulled on the right line, and that's Cash Money 20 moving to the outside first up. Immediately to pick up the cover, Rockin' Pulse pinned down along the inside. He's Lost in Time, and now to the outside, third over, but only about 5 lengths off the lead. That's a Fox Valley Cayman. The half, 56-3 at 29-2. A second quarter, bit of a breather as they race into the far turn. And that's a Rockin' Republic looking to continue a winning streak here today. Cash Money 20 with Casey Leonard looks to turn the pressure up with less than a quarter mile to go. Up on the outside, second over, still following the cover. That's on the outside, Rockin' Pulse. They've come to the top of the lane, and as they wheel for home, Rockin' Republic looking to dig in for the drive. Cash Money 20 to the outside, 3/4, 125-3. Rockin' Republic, Cash Money 20 charging hard here in late stretch, having to work to get there. Tight on the line. It looks looked like Rockin' Republic would not let Cash Money 20 pass, so I think Rockin' Republic's going to hang on to win it over Cash Money 20, and then it was back to Fox Valley Kodiak, and then it was close for fourth and fifth. Rockin' Republic will continue the win streak to 3. Winning time coming up. In the photo, it was the 4, Rockin' Republic, coming back to score 3 wins in a row. That's the Springfield, DuQuoin, Springfield trifecta for Rockin' Republic. A 7-year-old brown gelding, a son of Pet Rock. Out of the Dragon Again mare, my Juliana's girl. 3 wins in 5 starts this year. How about 26 lifetime victories from just 77 lifetime starts? Rockin' Republic was bred by the L&J Racing of PA. Leased and trained by Nick Prather right here in Springfield. Driven to victory. That's a double on the day for driver Travis Siekma. The official placings from race of 15. Cash Money 20 second. He's lost in time 5th. Fox Valley Gemini 7th. Rockin' Republic, a race winner. Fox Valley Cayman 6th. Rockin' Pulse wound up 4th. Fox Valley Kodiak got the show dough. Recheck top down, 2, 5, 7, 1, 6, 4, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions 27 and 1, half 56 and 3, 3/4 125 and 3, and the mile for Rockin' Republic 152 and 4. All right, we're going to shift gears for a race. We're moving to the trot here. We've got conditioned trotters coming up. It's race 16 backside. Race 16 barn area. You can bring them out for the 16th race. We're getting a little bit closer to that one you're looking for. Race 16 is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses out on the track now for race 16. Conditioned trotters lining up in here. Full field of 8, including the 1 Lose Night Vision. 1 of 2 for trainer Steve Searle. This one's owned by the Flacco family farms, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avanetti will drive. The 2 is Modern Luxury, owned, trained, and reined by Clay Simpson. The 3, DJ's Midnight, owned by Shelley Steele, along with Lily Racing Stable and Jerry Hansen, who also trains. Cordarius Stewart looking for the 6-pack. The 4 is Mustang and Danny, owned by All Right Racing, along with Brian Code and Jim Nellinger. Steve Searle trains the second of his trainees. This one will be handled by Travis Seekman. 5 is Deja Frau, owned by Lonnie Keith, trained and reined by Cornelius Cavett. 6, Jersey Janet, 1 of 2 for trainer Alexander Conte. This one's owned by Carlos Santos, trained by Alexander Conte. Jordan Patton steers. The 7 is Toughest of the Tough, also trained by Alexander Conte, leased by Carlos Santos, driven by Juan Franco. And to round out the field, the 8 is YF Rocket, owned by Jesse DeLon. Mike Rogers trains. Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. It's a full field of 8 conditioned trotters, all on gate. It's Suburban Downs at Springfield, a 24-race marathon. This is race 16. Race time. There they go. Often trotting, putting a few steps in before the start. Lose Night Vision, meanwhile, driving out for the lead. A DJ's Midnight toward the inside. A Mustang Danny now looks to challenge, and then heading up from the far outside, Toughest of the Tough, as they head on into that first turn. 3 of them across the track. From the inside, DJ's Midnight, but challenging. Here comes Toughest of the Tough, and Toughest of the Tough has just cleared into the lead before the quarter. That's DJ's Midnight racing in a second. A length and a half back sitting there in a third. That's a Mustang Danny. A 1 from there, Jersey Janet is going along, racing in fourth. There's a gap of 2 to Deja Frau. It's another length away. Racing there is Modern Luxury. The back 2 markers, they are a YF Rocket as they race toward the Lose Night Vision, the trailer. That opening quarter, 28 and 4. Strung out here, the trotters, conditioned trotters, heading to that half-mile mark. And with the lead, it's Juan Franco teaming up with Toughest of the Tough. Juan looks for his 3rd winner today. That lead is almost 2 at the half-mile pole. Back in a second, that's a DJ's Midnight with the hot Cordarius Stewart and looking for a 6-pack. Going along, racing in 3rd. That is along the inside in 3rd, Mustang Danny. The half-mile time is coming up here, 57 and 3, a pretty solid tempo as they trot into that far turn. And now coming to call, DJ's Midnight is going to look the leader, Toughest of the Tough, in the eye, and they're side by side, stride for stride. Lurking on the leaders, Travis Seekman and Mustang Danny now is in contention, also making up some ground, Jersey Janet, and then to the inside, Deja Frau. They've got an 1/8 of a mile to trot, and as they swing for home, can it be with the Cordarius Stewart 6? He's got that lead, a length and a half. It is DJ's Midnight, 3/4, 126 and 4. It is DJ's Midnight holding clear. You bet it is a 6-pack for Cordarius Stewart. DJ's Midnight. And DJ's Midnight going to win it by a length in the end. Truly second best was Mustang Danny. And then it was Deja Frau who got up for the show dough. Going to be close for 4th. Might have been Jersey Janet over Toughest of the Tough. Cordarius Stewart and a 6-pack. DJ's Midnight. Winning time coming up. How about 155 and 3? Race 16 is in the books, and it's a 3, DJ's Midnight, a 3-year-old black gelding just starting out his career. He's a son of DeJambro out of a Tagliabue mare, Olivia's Jewel. It's the second win, back-to-back wins from DeCoin to Springfield for DJ's Midnight, who's now 2 for 4 in its racing career. None faster than this one here today. DJ's Midnight was bred by Alvin Siebert along with John Becker and Kurt Brecker. Owned by Shelley Steele, Lily Racing Stable, and Jerry Hansen, who also trains. Driven to victory, ladies and gentlemen, a 6-pack, 6 winners on the day for driver Cordarius Stewart. Also note that time of 1:55.3 by almost 4 full seconds. That's a brand new life best for DJ's Midnight. Here's how they finished in race 16. Lou's Night Vision was 8th. Modern Luxury 7th. DJ's Midnight, your race winner. Mustang Danny 2nd. Deja Frau was 3rd. Jersey Janet 4th. Toughest of the Tough finished 5th. YF Rocket 6th. Recheck Top Down 8, 7, 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the bottom. Fractional times 28 and 4, 57 and 3, 3/4 126 and 4. Once again, this is a new life best here for DJ's Midnight. Winning time 1:55 and 3. All right, backside, you can bring them out for race 17. We're going back to the pace. Condition Pacers up next. It's race 17. Barn area, bring them out. Race 17. Getting a little closer to the one we're looking for. Horses out on the track now for race 17. Back on the pace, condition pacers in here. Full field of 8. The field includes the 1 Dandy Storm, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Sean and Noreen Nessa. Sean Nessa trains. Isaac Love will drive. The 2 is 1 Tough Customer, owned by Janet Bentley. Michelle Morgan trains. Corderia Stewart, the driver. 3 Doc Star, owned by David and Adam Brooks. Dave Brooks trains. Juan Franco handles the lines. 4 Bank on the Captain, owned by Barbara, Brett, and Candace Wilfong. Mike Brink trains, and Travis Siekman will drive. The 5 is That's the Star, owned by Tom Longlinger. Jamaica Patton trains and reigns. 6 Captain Nate, owned by Jesse DeLong, trained by Mike Rogers. Jaquavian Carter will do the driving. 7 is Marcotta, owned by Jim and Terry Blackman. Merv Chupp trains. Wyatt Avanetti between the wheels. And to round out the field, the 8 is Fox Valley Chuckle, owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard will do the driving. Gates rolling. A full field of 8 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the 17th race. Race time. There they go. Often pacing, Doc Star gunning for that early lead. Down along the inside is Dandy Storm. Also forwardly placed comes 1 Tough Customer. So as they head toward that first turn, widest of all, Doc Star reaching for the lead. Looking to yield for that 2-hole trip is 1 Tough Customer. Getting away racing in third, that's a Dandy Storm. And now looking to land into fourth, that's the Star. 1 from there racing next, it's Bank on the Captain. And then it's back to Captain Nate, followed there by Fox Valley Chuckle. The trailer gapped about 3 lengths here. A little bit of struggle here for Marcotta. They are past that quarter and heading up the backside and leading the parade as they march up the backstretch. That's Doc Star teaming up with Juan Franco on the motor. It's a 2-hole ride for 1 Tough Customer. Opening quarter 27-4 and no movement in the backfield quite yet. That's Dandy Storm going along in third for Isaac Love, and now he has pulled on the right line and he looks to come first up. Jamaica Patton going to pick up the cover here with That's the Star. Now sits second over as they're past the half. Back along the inside, Bank on the Captain. Edges off the rail, racing in a fifth. Followed there by Captain Nate. They're heading to the far turn off a half. Just 57-4. It's a 30 flat second quarter breather. They're into that far turn. And Doc Star is looking to take it all the way. Grinding it out on the outside, Dandy Storm. And now coming 3 high, That's the Star. Also along the inside right now, nowhere to go for 1 Tough Customer. They're coming to 1/8 of a mile from home. Jamaica Patton, That's the Star, drives on into that lead by 2 now. 3/4, 1:26-3. That's the Star driving on the lead. The hot Corderia Stewart is coming to call again with 1 Tough Customer, and he is going to knock the door down. 7 winners on the day for Corderia Stewart. It's 1 Tough Customer, a winner over That's the Star. Finishing third, Bank on the Captain. And then it was close. It might have been Fox Valley Chuckle, or along the inside, that was the Doc Star. But Corderia Stewart 7. Lucky 7 for Cordelia Stewart and one tough customer. Winning time. How about 154 and 3? '17th race is in the books. Congratulations go to the 2. One tough customer, a 3-year-old bay gelding. He's the son of a world of rock and roll out of an incredible finale mare, R. Sissy. It's the first win in 3 seasonal starts, second lifetime victory for one tough customer. A homebred, bred and owned by Janet Bentley of Missouri. Trained by Michelle Morgan, driven to victory. How about a 7th winner? Yeah, lucky 7. 7 wins on the day for driver Cordelia Stewart. Also note that winning time of 154 and 3 by 2 ticks. That's a new life best for one tough customer. 154 and 3. The official placings from the 17th race: Dandy Storm was 8th. One tough customer, your race winner. Doc Star wound up 4th. Bank on the Captain 3rd. That's the Star 2nd. Captain 8 6th. Marcotta 7th. Fox Valley Chuckle picked up the nickel. Recheck top down, it's 8-1-4, 3-2, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions were 27 and 4, half 57 and 4, 3/4 126 and 3. Once again, this is a new life mark for one tough customer, 154 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out. We're waiting for you now for race 18. That's right, yeah, the 18th race is here. You can bring them out. Race 18 up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses out on the track now for the 18th race. Condition pacers lining up in here. A full field of 8. No changes to report. The 1, Fox Valley Silent, owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard aboard. 2 is Soul on Fire, owned by Nancy and Donald Musalami. Chup Racing Stable as well. Merv Chup's the trainer. Juan Franco the pilot. 3, Fox Valley Grit, owned by Connor Prather. Nick Prather trains. Wyatt Avanetti will catch drive. The 4, Ballard Freddy, owned by John DeSmith, trained and driven by Archie Buford. The 5 is Cosmic Mega Playboy, owned by Betty Landman. Stan Swisher trains. Travis Seekman aboard. 6 is Sleazy and In Charge, owned by the Angle Stable of Illinois, and Gary Rath is the trainer. Matt Avanetti the driver. 7 is Reserved Parking, owned by Justin Roberson along with Lori Van Fleet. Justin Robertson trains. Corderia Stewart looking for 8 winners on the day. And to round out the field, the 8 Fox Valley Jericho, owned by James Hepp, Mike Brink, and Jeffrey Scott. Mike Brink trains. Mike Rogers in the driver's seat. Starting gate driver Stacy DeRose, accompanied with starter Roy Finn. They have called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8. Condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the 18th race of 24. Race time. There we go. Often pacing Ballard Freddy, Sleazy and In Charge. Along the inside, Fox Valley Silent. Also Soul on Fire going for that early lead. And joining them, Fox Valley Grip. 5 of them going to vie for that early lead as they hustle into that first turn. And with the inside end advantage, Fox Valley Silence come away with an early lead. Looking to drive on the outside there. That's a Fox Valley Grit. Out 3 deep, Fox Valley Jericho, as they still haven't decided who wants to cut it here as they continue to battle up on that front end. And taking a sharp hold was Fox Valley Grit with Wyatt Avanetti aboard. And meanwhile, Fox Valley Jericho has earned that lead, but might have paid the price to get there. But now here's Casey Leonard pulling the pocket. He wants Fox Valley Silent right on the chooch here as they went by that opening quarter. It came up in 27-2. So they're headed to the half-mile mark, and Fox Valley Silent is leading the way here to the half-mile pole. Fox Valley Jericho content to track in a second as they just passed the half. Soul on Fire is in third. That's a Ballard Freddy looking it over in fourth, and now coming to the outside, looking to pick up the cover, Sleazy and In Charge. Down along the inside and pinned in Fox Valley Grit. Also pinned in Cosmic Mega Playboy. The half 56-4. The trailer is reserved parking, only 6 from the lead. They're into that far turn, heading to the 3/4 pole. Fox Valley Silent continuing to lead it here. Tom Simmons already got 3 winners from his barn. He's looking for a 4th one right here. And Casey Leonard and Fox Valley Silent are starting to move away again. They're 2 lengths to the good with 1/8 of a mile to go. Tracking in the second is Soul on Fire. 3/4 in 1:26 flat. Fox Valley Silent kicking away 2 lengths to the good. Soul on Fire's all out in a second, looking to close that gap, but in deep stretch, Fox Valley Silent gonna win it. Finishing second, Soul on Fire. Ballard Freddy will be third. Finishing fourth was Sleazy as In Charge. I think reserve parking might have finished fifth. No doubt about the winner, Fox Valley Silent. Another winner for Simmons and Leonard. Final time coming up. How about 154 flat? Race 18 is official. The winner, number 1, Fox Valley Silent, a 3-year-old bay gelding, a son of Time to Roll, out of the Art Major mare, In a Whisper. It's the second win in the last 3 starts, second lifetime victory for Fox Valley Silent. Multiple winners for the breeders, the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois today. This one is also owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds. It's a 4th winner on the day, a grand slam for trainer Tom Simmons. How about a grand slam on the day for driver Casey Leonard? 4 winners for driver Casey Leonard. The final winning time here, 154 flat by 1 full second. That's a new life mark for Fox Valley Silent. Here's how they finished. Fox Valley Silent was your race winner. Soul on Fire 2nd. Fox Valley Grit 7th. Ballard Freddy wound up 3rd. Cosmic Mega Playboy 6th. Sleazy and In Charge 4th. Reserve Parking was 5th. Fox Valley Jericho wound up 8th. Recheck top down 1, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5, and 8 on the bottom. The fractions 27 and 2, half 56 and 4, 3/4 and 126. Once again, a new mark for Fox Valley Silent. Final time 154 flat. All right, we're moving over to the trot now. We've got a trot here coming up, back-to-back trots. Race 19, attention backside. Race 19, you can bring them out. Race 19 is up next. Trotters out on the track now for race 19. Condition trotters, including the one Jimmy Jackpot, owned by Glenn Bauman and Benita Simmons, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Letter drives. 2 Peekaboo Sal, owned by All Right Racing. Steve Searle trains. Wyatt Avanetti aboard. 3 Lady True Grit, owned by Carolyn Wiley, along with Michael Perrin, who also trains. Archie Buford will catch drive. The 4 Dijoma, owned by Lonnie Keith, train and rein by Cornelius Cavett. The 5 is Dirty Money, owned by Farron Miller. Merv Chuck trains. Corderia Stewart looking for 8 winners today. 6 is Tank Me to Dennyland, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. Travis Seekman aboard. 7, Heath Bar, owned by Ron Phillips, Sherry Boldovich, and Lyle Lip. Jamaica Patton trains and drives. And the 8 Rock Party, owned by Chup Racing, the second of the Merv Chup trainees. Juan Franco between the wheels. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. It's a full field of 8 conditioned trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, it's the 19th race. Race time. There they go. Often trotting it off to a good start. Lady True Grit toward the inside. Peekaboo Sal, and now from the inside joining them, Jimmy Jackpot, as 3 of them going to vie for that early lead heading into that first turn. And from the outside, Lady True Grit going to cross over and clear into the lead. That's Peekaboo Sal second, and now looking to drive on from the outside. Tank Me to Dennyland, who's on the outside third and looking to drive on. A gap of about 2 lengths here. That's Jimmy Jackpot, who got away racing into fourth. 1 from there, that's Dijoma, followed then by Heath Bar. Then 2 more back to Dirty Money. The trailer, Rock Party. Up the backstretch they go. Tank Me to Dennyland, stuck on the outside. Archie Buford along the inside there with Lady True Grit. First quarter, it's quick, 27 seconds flat. And Archie Buford going to play hardball today. And he's got that Seekman parked out with Tank Me to Dennyland. So those 2, and a ding-dong battle just past the half. And watching that battle develop here. Nice spot for Peekaboo Sal. Also now moving to the outside. That'll be up on the outside here. Coming up is it Jamaica Patton with Heath Bar as they race toward the 3/4 pole. Along the inside, Lady True Grit regaining a short lead, half 56 flat as they race into the far turn. It's still Lady True Grit clinging to that lead. It's been an awfully tough trip for Tank Me to Dennyland as they're starting to bunch up now from tip to tail. It's only about 3.5 lengths, so they're coming to the top of the lane, and we've got a new leader as they wheel for home. Guess who? Corderia Stewart and Dirty Money now have stuck a nose in front. 3/4 time, 1:26 and 4. Dirty Money's got the lead. Here on the grandstand side, Rock Party coming, but running out of racetrack. And then Heath Bar's in the hunt, but they're not going to catch it. A snowman, 8 winners today. It's with Dirty Money to win it. It was Heath Bar who finished second. I believe Peekaboo Sal might be third. Then it was Rocka Party, and possibly Dijoma got the 5th place check. But no doubt, a snowman today for Corderia Stewart. What a day. He's hot. Dirty Money, 8 winners for Corderia Stewart. Winning time, 1:56 flat. Race 19's official, the 5 Dirty Money, a 6-year-old bay gelding, a son of Cash Hall out of a Chapter 7 mare, 7-11. It's the 4th win of the year, 23rd lifetime victory for Dirty Money. Bred by William Johnson of New York, owned by Farron Miller of Indiana. A 2nd winner on the day for Trader Merv Chupp. How about 8 winners? The Snowman for driver Cordarius Stewart. Here's the official placings from the 19th race. Jimmy Jackpot 6th, Peekaboo Sal 4th, Lady True Grit wound up 8th, Dejoma 5th, Dirty Money, your race winner. Tank Made at Dennyland 7th, Heath Bar was 2nd, Rock Party finished 3rd. Recheck top down 6, 4, 8, 5, 1, 7, 2, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions were 27 seconds flat, the half 56 flat. 3/4 126 and 4. Winning time today for Dirty Money 156 flat. We're getting a little closer. We're into the 20s here, horsemen. Yep, race 20. We're still on the trot. You can bring them out. Race 20. The 20th race of 24 is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Trotters out on the track now for the 20th race. Condition trotters in here. They include the one Luz Avalon, 1 of 2 from the Steve Searle barn. This one's owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avanetti drives. The 2 Prince of Royals, owned by Audra Fetcher. Archie Buford trains and drives. The 3 Gritty Gator, owned by Shelley Steele, along with Jim Gilbert. And Jerry Hansen trains. Casey Leonard will do the driving. The 2nd of the Steve Searle trainees is also owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Steve Searle. Travis Siekman between the wheels. The 5 is Noble Prize, owned and trained by Doug Graham. Matt Avanetti in the driver's seat. 6, Stand By Your Man, owned by Mike Brink, along with R. Lacey, Jay Clauston, and M. Brown. Mike Brink trains and drives. 7 is Rain and Shine, owned by Mr. Carroll and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains. Corderia Stewart, the driver. And rounding out the field, the 8 at Swan Time, owned by Patricia Turner, along with Robert Silverberg and Jim Eaton, who also trains. Juan Franco does the driving. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A full field of 8 condition trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the 20th of 24 races. Race time. There they go. Up and trotting from the outside. Stand By Your Man is gunning out for that early lead. Along the inside, Luz Avalon. Prince of Royals forwardly placed. Far outside, Rain and Shine as they corner into that first turn. It'll be Stand By Your Man and Mike Brink clearing into the lead. That is Luz Avalon, who got away second. Looking to drive on from the outside. That's Corderia Stewart and Rain and Shine, who's now advancing from 3rd to 2nd and now looking at the leader. A length and a half back. That's Prince of Royals, who got away trotting in 4th. And then to the outside, they're looking to squeeze in. It's Swan Time in front of Gritty Gator. They're past the quarter and up the backstretch they go. And it is the hot driver today, Corderia Stewart. And he's got Rain and Shine on the front end. But here's Mike Brink coming right back out of the hole. First quarter, just 29 seconds flat. Stand By Your Man, looking for 3 wins in a row, is regaining the lead here at the half-mile mark. Just stretched out just a tad here by Stewart as they pass the half now. And Stand By Your Man's got the lead. That's Rain and Shine now going to sit in the pocket trip. A length and a half to Luz Avalon racing in 3rd. And now up on the outside looking to advance. That's it, Swan Time. They're toward the inside, racing along the inside in the 5th. That's Prince of Royals. They're past the half-mile pole, 57-2. Into the far turn, headed to the 3/4 pole. That is Stand By Your Man with that lead. Along the inside, they're in the 2nd. That's a Rain and a Shine. Now widest of all, Gritty Gator. And right there in between horses now comes that Gritty Gator, who's now closing in on the leaders. They're coming out of that turn and headed for home. Any one of 4 or 5 can win here. 3/4, 127-2. And it is Corderia Stewart, Rain and Shine. Could this be 9 winners? Far outside trying to close now. Luz Amazon as they come to the wire. Niner from the diner. That's right, 9 wins for Cordarius Stewart. He is on absolute fire today. Then it was finishing second, Lose Amazon, followed by Gritty Gator, then Lose Avalon. Might have been Stand By Your Man who hung on for a 5th place check. Rain and Shine and Cordarius Stewart. A day to remember, 9 winners on the card. Winning time, 158 flat. Race 20 is in the books, and it is the 7, Rain and Shine, chalking up her first win of the year. Rain and Shine's an 8-year-old bay mare by Cassis out of a Fort Apache Hanover mare, Faith and Trust. Rain and Shine win number 1 in 5 starts, and now 21 lifetime victories for the homebred Rain and Shine. Bred and owned by Mr. Carol and Diane Hayes of Illinois. Winning trainer Carol Hayes. Winning driver, who else but Cordarius Stewart. That's 9 winners today. 9 winning drives for Cordarius Stewart. Well, here's how they finish in race 20. Lose Avalon 4th. Prince of Royal 7th. Gritty Gator 3rd. Lose Amazon 2nd. Noble Prize wound up 8th. Stand By Your Man finished 5th. Rain and Shine was your race winner. It's Swan Time 6th. Recheck top down 4, 7, 3, 2, 8, 5, 1, and 6. Fractions 29 flat. The half 57 and 2. 3/4 127 and 2. And the winning time today for Rain and Shine 158 flat. All right, backside, we're getting a little closer to the one you're looking for. You can bring them out for race number 21. Race number 21 is up next. Condition pacing, fillies and mares. Bring them out for race number 21. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 condition fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, it's race 21, post time. There they go. Often pacing, outside's leading. That is Some Star Sandy going for the early lead. Now quickly up from the inside comes Rome by Design. Also forwardly placed Sweet Alley Lou. Those three get a corner into that first turn with the inside end advantage. That's a Rome by Design coming away with the lead. They're in second. That's Sweet Alley Lou. Caught on the outside after the early lead. Some Star Sandy. There to the inside, filling up a hole. Fox Valley Tasha. A gap of 2 lengths to She's a Brook Star. One from there. That's at Alicia. And a gap of about 4 to Trailer. That's a Cachet. Past the quarter and heading up the backside and continuing to drive on despite parked out. And now taking that lead, Some Star Sandy and Juan Franco have just cleared into the lead. Paid the price to get there, 27-3. And racing along in a second, that's Rome by Design, but not much longer. It's the give and go. And Rome by Design is on the go now and taking over that lead once again. And now there's action as Sweet Alley Lou and Buford pulled on the right line, and he's going to take his shot first up. Plenty of action in here, less than a half a mile to go. Now moving to the outside, Fox Valley Tasha second over, half reach 56-1. They're bunched up there at the top of the turn, and as they race into the far turn to the three-quarter pole on the inside, that's Rome by Design, but right alongside, side by side, bridle to bridle, Some Star Sandy as they race to the three-quarter pole, and now on the outside, Sweet Alley Lou gonna take a shot. They're coming to the top of the lane, and Sweet Alley Lou's got the lead as they wheel for home for Buford, but any one of 4 or 5, another wide open affair. 3/4, 125 flat. Heads are turning for home, 4 across the track. Here on the grandstand side, here comes She's Brook Star driving on into that lead now, and then Fox Valley Tasha, She's Brook Star in front to win it. Finishing second, Fox Valley Tasha, and then it was close for third. Might have been Sweet Alley Lou or at Alicia. Fifth will be Rome by Design. It was Travis Seekman picking up his third winner today. She's Brook Star got it done on the grandstand side. Winning time. How about 154-4? Race 21 is official. The winner 6, She's Brook Star. She's Brook Star is a 4-year-old bay mare, a daughter of Some Star Somewhere. Out of the Yankee Skyscaper mare, Fox Valley Brook. A homebred, bred and owned by Kay Bartlow of Illinois. Winning trainer, a second win on the day for trainer Nick Praler. Driven to victory, that's the triple on the day for driver Travis Seekman. Here's the official placings from race 21. Rome by Design 5th. Fox Valley Tasha second. Sweet Alley Lou wound up fourth. That's Cachet seventh. Some Star Sandy sixth. She's Brooke Star, your race winner. Adelicia was third. Recheck top down 5, 2, 4, 7, 6, 1, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions were 27 and 3. The half 56 and 1. 3/4 and 125. And the winning time here for She's Brooke Star, her first win of the season, 9th lifetime victory, 154 and 4. We're getting a little closer. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 22. Race 22 is up next. You can bring them out for the 22nd race.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 22nd race of the day. Condition, fillies and mares in here, a full field of 8. They include the 1, Lucky Dottie. Owned by Carolyn Wiley, Mike Perrin trains, Jordan Patton will drive. The 2 is Admit, owned and trained by Dina Cozy, Wyatt Avanetti handles the lines. 3 is Ashley's Little Angel, owned by the Flacco family farms, along with Roshan Trigg, who also trains, Jaquavian Carter between the wheels. 4 is Brooks Ocean, owned by Michelle and Raymond Morgan. Michelle Morgan trains, Casey Leonard will drive. The 5, Rockin' Faye, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Corderia Stewart looks for a 10th winner today. 6 is Beams of the Sun, owned by Audra Fetcher. Archie Buford trains and drives. 7, Rona May, owned by Hugh Lake and Susan Lacey. Ray Hanna trains, Travis Siekman looking for a 4th winner today. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Roland Cole, owned by Hosea Williams. Steve Halford trains, Juan Franco, the pilot. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8, condition fillies and mares, all on gate. Springfield race 22. Post time. There they go. Often pacing. Ashley's Little Angel is going for that early lead. And now Lucky Dottie hustles up along the inside. Admit also has left. The one who made a break before the start is Brooks Ocean, way back as they corner into the first turn. That from the inside, it's a Lucky Dottie coming away with the lead. Racing into second, that's Admit. A length and a half back, Ashley's Little Angel got away racing in third. There's a gap of 2 to Beams of the Sun sitting in fourth. It's another 2 to Rockin' Faye. 1 from there, that's a Rona Bay. And then it's a Roland Cole, currently about 9 lengths off the lead. Not today for Brooks Ocean. They're past the quarter and heading up the backside. Jordan Patton looking for a second winner today. He has got Lucky Dottie, the daughter of Luck Be With You, on the front end here. Sitting in second, that is Admit. Opening quarter, 27-1. Drafting along in third, that's Ashley's a Little Angel as they approach the half-mile mark. And now looking to anxious a little bit there in fourth. That's a Beams of the Sun and Buford. And then it's back there on the inside, Rockin' Faye with Corderia Stewart looking for a 10th winner today. They're past the half and heading into that far turn, and it's still Lucky Dottie with that lead of a half. And now working it first up, that's Ashley's Little Angel, the half, 56-4. They're racing midway through the far turn, headed to the 3/4 pole, bridle to bridle, side by side. That's a Lucky Dottie and Ashley's Little Angel, and Ashley's Little Angel now sticks a neck in front. Lurking on the leaders is Beams of Sun. Guess who's coming widest of all? Here's Rockin' Faye now on the grandstand side as heads are turning for home. 3/4, 126 flat, and on the grandstand side coming the quickest. Rockin' Faye's taking a short lead, and now firing up along the inside, trying to get in there. Ashley's Little Angel, but they're not gonna. He's too hot today. That's 10 winners for Corderia Stewart and Rockin' Faye. Ashley's Little Angel held second, and then it was Beams of Sun, followed by Rona May, who was fourth. Looks like Admit got the nickel. 10 winners, 1 for every finger on each hand today for driver Corderia Stewart. Race 22 now official. Your winner, the 5, Rockin' Faye, a 6-year-old bay mare, a daughter of World of Rock and Roll, out of an incredible finale mare, Fox Valley Faith. That's the second win in 4 starts, and throw in 2 runner-up finishes in 2025 for Rockin' Faye. Now 7 lifetime victories, and none faster than this one here today. Rockin' Faye's a homebred, bred, owned, and trained by Wayne Brown of Tennessee. Driven to victory, 10. That's right, you heard it right. 10 winners today, 10 driving victories for the red-hot Cordarius Stewart. Here's how they finished in race 22. Lucky Dottie 6th, Admit 5th, Ashley's Little Angel 2nd, Brooks Ocean 8th. Rockin' Faye, your race winner. Beams of the Sun was 3rd. Rona May wound up 4th. Roland Cole was 7th. Recheck top down 6, 5, 2, 8, 1, 3, 4, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions 27 and 1, half 56 and 4, 3/4 and 126. Once again, this is a new life mark for Rockin' Faye, 155 flat. Ever so close to that one you're looking for. We're right now going to move on to race 23. You can bring it out, the 23rd race. Race 23 up next. As we close in on race number 24, the wrap-up of our marathon day here, we probably at this time would like to thank everyone involved on the backside and on the front side here. We want a special thanks to our shoer, Eric Sievers, our identifier, Tina Schrock and Tim Searle. Special thank you to the track crew for getting this all done today. Our live streaming, of course, that's Trot and Pace of Marketing. A special thank you to Marietta Walker, who works in the office, along with the manager, Tina Schrock. A special thank you once again to Coleman's Concession. Our saddle pads, Brenda Watson doing a great job of that as well. Special thanks to our paddock judge, Ted Torgensen, charter Mark Brown. Don't forget the one who takes the entries in, Leanne Shin. Our judges today, Brad Dye and Jimmy Austin. Our timer, Al Siebert's done a great job today. Photo finish, Linda Brown on the job, and once again doing a great job. Special thank you to our outrider, Dwayne Wells, who's been out there on the hot, humid day, and he's done a great job. Especially our starting gate driver, Stacy DeRoos, along with starting gate starter, Roy Finn. Our medics first for the ambulance. Of course, we've got Dr. Kate McBurney on the grounds as the vet. So we want to thank all of those folks. It's been a long, long day, and they've all done an absolutely fabulous job here on the grounds this afternoon. Thank you to all of the folks who made this 24 race card possible this afternoon. Horses stepping onto the track now for the 23rd race. Condition pacers in here. We've got a full field of 8 that will include the 1, Holding Steady, owned by Ray and Matthew Rodriguez. Ray Rodriguez trains. Jordan Patton will drive. The 2, To Infinity, owned by Dwayne, Sandra, and Sarah Jean Bloom. Dwayne Bloom trains. Travis Seekman handles the lines. 3, Maze and Blazin', owned by Don Laufenberg. Terry Leonard trains. Casey Leonard handles the lines. The 4, Skyway Goliath, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Noreen and Sean Nessa, who also trains. Isaac Love in the driver's seat. The 5 is Josie Rocks My World, owned by Janet Bentley. Michelle Morgan trains. Gary Rath will do the driving. 6, Fox Valley Steeler, owned by Benita Simmons and Ann Schneider. Tom Simmons trains. Corderia Stewart looking for 11. The 7, Peace Prize, owned by Chupp Racing, trained by Merv Chupp. Juan Franco handles the lines. And rounding out the field, the 8 Took a Dive off a Dipper, owned by Jane Cross. Jim Eaton trains. Wyatt Avenetti does the driving. Starter Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a full field of 8 condition pacers. They're all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, the 23rd of 24 races. Race time! There they go. Often pacing a host of levers in here, but toward the inside comes Holden a Steady, who guns it out of there from the rail. As they head to that first turn, Holden a Steady will corner with that lead, looking to drive on from the outside. That's a Fox Valley Steeler. There to the inside, racing in third, To Infinity, and then up on the outside there, racing next, trying to move up on the outside. It's Skyway Goliath. Meanwhile, as they just passed the opening quarter pole, that is Took a Dive off a Dipper, who did take that lead. It wasn't Fox Valley Steeler along the inside in a second. That's Holding a Steady. Continued parked out on the outside as they race up that past the quarter there. That's Skyway Goliath with Isaac Love stuck on the outside. As they're past that quarter, 27 seconds flat. They're now headed to the half-mile mark, and it is with the lead. Took a Dive off a Dipper, and Wyatt Avenetti with an early lead here up on the outside in a tough trip today for Skyway Goliath. Along the inside, Holding Steady's drawn it up nicely to get the perfect pocket trip. A length and a half back to To Infinity racing in fourth. Now Fox Valley Steeler getting busy to the outside. Stuck along the inside, Maze and Blazin'. The half, 56 seconds flat. The trailer there, that is Gary Rath and Josie Rocks My World. They're midway through the last turn, headed to the three-quarter pole, and it still Took a Dive off a Dipper, holding that lead from a hung out Skyway Goliath. They're past the three-quarter pole, looking for a way out now, Holding a Steady as they come to the top of the lane. Also moving up now, here's Fox Valley Steeler, three-quarters, 125 and 2. You can't stop them today. Corderia Stewart and Fox Valley Steeler. Here comes win number 11 as he's driving on Fox Valley Steeler. Holding on, I think, by a whisker. Right there, battling back was Took a Dive off a Dipper. Made it close. Peace Prize will be third. Then I believe To Infinity fourth. And it's close for fifth. I think we can call this the Corderia Stewart Show. Fox Valley Steeler. Race 23's in the books. The 6-horse Fox Valley Steeler just eking out. Took a dive off a dipper in a very tight photo, but it is the 6 Fox Valley Steeler. A 5-year-old bay gelding by Some Star Somewhere. Out of the Roll with Joe Mayer, Roll with the Josie. Back-to-back wins from DeCoin to Springfield for Fox Valley Steeler. Now 14 lifetime victories. It's another winner for the breeders, the Fox Valley Standardbreds, along with Jim and Tracy Walker. Fox Valley Steeler, another win for the owners, Bonita Simmons and Ann Schneider. How about 5? Yeah, alive for 5. Trainer Tom Simmons with 5 winners on the day. You're not going to see this too often on any card. I don't care, parimutuel or not parimutuel. How about driver Corderia Stewart, his 11th driving victory of the afternoon. Congratulations to Corderia Stewart. Here's how they finished in the 23rd race. Holden Steady 5th, To Infinity 4th, Mason Blazin 8th, Skyway Goliath 7th, Josie Rocks My World 6th, Fox Valley Steeler, your race winner. Peace Prize was 3rd, took a dive off a dipper, 2nd. Recheck top down, 5, 4, 8, 7, 6, 1, 3, and 2 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 27 seconds flat, the half 56, 3/4 125. The winning time today for Fox Valley Steeler, 154 and 3. Well, we've come to the one that everyone, and I mean everyone's been looking for. Yeah, the 24th and final race is upon us. Barn area, bring them out for the 24th and final race of this 24-race marathon. Bring them out. Ladies and gentlemen, the horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the finale, the 24th and final race of the afternoon. Condition pacers lining up in here, a full field of 8. They include the 1 Legal Liar, owned by Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp, Archie Buford aboard. 2 Mucho Diamante, owned and trained by Dina Cozy, Wyatt Evanetti will drive. The 3 is Day of Legends, owned by Bob and Diane McKay. Bob McKay trains, Juan Franco will steer. 4, Ernie the Moose, races for Gary and Catherine Rath. Gary Rath trains and reigns. 5, Fox Valley Boxer, owned by Final Turn along with Mark Winship. Rob Ridoff trains, Travis Seekman the pilot. 6 is Ashley Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox, trained by Mike Rogers. Casey Leonard will catch drive. The 7 is R. Tyler Town, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul along with Shelley Steele. Jerry Hansen trains. Corderia Stewart looking for a dozen. And rounding out the field, the 8 Grand Champ, owned by Carolyn Wiley. Mike Perrin trains. Jordan Patton aboard. For the final time this afternoon, starting gate driver Stacy DeRoos and starter Roy Finn. They've called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. It's the 24th and final race. Post time. There they go. Often pacing, good start here. Many levers in here, but as they head to that turn, it's Day of Legends from the inside now. Legal Liar, the center of the racetrack, looking for a spot. Fox Valley Boxer as they corner into that turn from the inside. Legal Liar's got an early lead, looking to drive on. Grand Champ from the far outside, looking to drop into the pocket and did. That's Day of Legends in third. A gap of 2.5 lengths now. That is Mucho Diamante racing next. And then a length and a half back there to that is Ernie the Moose, who's racing next, and then a gap of 2 to racing there back. It's our Tyler Town. That opening quarter is coming up, and it is in 27 seconds flat. And as they straighten out on the backside one more time today here at Springfield, that's a Legal Liar and Archie Buford on the engine. Right there tracking that leader in the 2-hole. That's Grand Champ. A length and a half back. Day of Legend looks it over from third. Racing along in fourth. That's a Mucho Diamante. And now tipping to the outside, Fox Valley Boxer is looking to advance, looking to pick up the cover. Ashley's a Silver Guy. They're past the half, heading into the far turn. And down along the inside, Ernie the Moose. Corderia Stewart is absolutely last with our Tyler Town. The half came up in 56 and 1. They're midway through the final turn. And on the inside, Legal Liar clinging to that short lead. Up on the outside, looking to challenge that leader now. Not on the outside. It's a Day of a Legend. There to the inside. Nowhere to go right now for Grand Champ. They're past 3/4, an eighth of a mile from home. Homeward bound in the finale. Cutting the corner and kicking for home. Legal Liar under an all-out drive. Up on the outside, Fox Valley Boxer trying to close the gap. And now getting a hole. Grand Champ looking to split horses, but digging in at the wire. Legal Liar. Archie Buford finding more. Yes! Legal Liar gonna win the finale. Finishing second, Fox Valley Boxer. Grand Champ will get the show dough. And then it was back to Ashley's Silver Guy. Our Tyler Town picked up the nickel. Buford and Chupp with another winner. Legal Liar. Winning time. How about 154? Race 24 is official. Winner number 1, Legal Liar. Legal Liar, an 8-year-old bay gelding, a son of Arizona Liar, out of the Village Jolt mare, SB Betty's Ideal. It's the second win of the year, 17th lifetime victory for Legal Liar. Bred by Gary Lyles of Iowa. Legal Liar's owned by the Chup Racing Stable. A third winner today. That's a triple on the day for trainer Merv Chup. Legal Liar nicely driven to victory by Archie Buford. Here's how they finished in the finale. Legal Liar, your race winner. Mucho Diamante was 8th. Day of Legend 6th. Ernie the Moose wound up 7th. Fox Valley Boxer 2nd. Ashley Silver Guy was 4th. Our Tyler Town picked up the nickel. Grand Champ, the Show Doe. Recheck top down 1, 8, 6, 7, 2, 4, 5, and 3. Here's the fractions, 27 seconds flat. The half, 56 and 1. Three-quarter time, 125 and 2. Winning time in the finale for Legal Liar, 154 flat. Well, that's going to wrap up the 24 race marathon here at Springfield today. Want to especially thank all the folks joining us via live streaming, courtesy of Trot and Pace Marketing. Hope you've enjoyed the 24 races. Once again, a very special thank you to all, and I mean all, of the harness racing officials, and a very special thank you to all of the horse folks on the backside. It's been a long, tough day, but you've all done a great job, and hopefully everybody's made a little money along the way. So for now, until next time, this is track announcer Rick Uppel saying thank you and good night. Our Tyler Town.